Hello everyone, and welcome, to more Dawntrail. I mean, I know we're in Rods at Han at the moment, but that's just because I haven't, teleported back to the Yoctoral, what was it, Many Fires that we were at? So let's head on over that way. But yeah, I wasn't supposed to stream for a week and a half. If you for anybody who was here for D&D and recalls me mentioning like, yeah, I won't be streaming for a week or so. That was because I had some family stuff. And then I was told, like, the very next day after that, that wasn't, that was most, rather, not that it wasn't, but that it most likely wouldn't be a problem, after Thursday. And so I was like, okay, well, that'd be cool, but I'm not gonna say anything. And then, turns out poorly or something. I end up being wrong, and then stuff happens and all. And then, sure enough, here it is. It's Thursday, and all of that family stuff turned out not to be a problem. So, what? Where are these bandits? Where are these bandits? Apparently they're not foolish enough to attack a party of this size. Earthenshire is still a farther ahead, on the opposite bank of Miakbek Zoma. Let's remain vigilant all the same. And there's our ether current. Or at least one of them. Our next ether current. I don't think I've missed any. Obviously there was like this section. But like the story hasn't sent us in that direction, so I don't know if anything was over there. So this one is directly to the south from here, which probably means that the story will like send me down that way soon, especially since I'm not immediately out. Of course, I was gonna say I'm not immediately seeing a way to go south, but we swim here. We swim here. We good. We can swim. I don't suspect it to be underwater, but I figure I'll take a look around since we can go underwater here for a moment, Just take a quick gander, if you will. So, east. So, probably on this island here. Yeast. Cool. There's supposedly a place in Limsa, or Vilbrand, or whatever the frick you want to call it. The area where Limsa is. Where you're supposed to be able to, like, swim underwater and such. But I can never remember where it is, so I have yet to ever actually go there and, like, look at it. So, what? I really don't know what you want, kitty cat. You don't want petting, you don't want playing, you don't want food. Like, what do you want? I know she doesn't want to play because I try to hand her any of the toys and like play with her, and she freaks out. I know she doesn't want food because I literally just refilled the food bowl. And I know that she doesn't want petting because I reach down, I pet her, and she attacks me. Like, no, this is not what I want. And I'm like, okay, well, I mean, then you gotta find some way to tell me what you want otherwise. So, but I legitimately don't know what she wants. And it sort of bothers me a little. Like, I do wish I understood what it was that she wants, because she bags. Whatever she wants, she, like, bags pretty regularly. You know? But then, frickin', like, it doesn't seem to matter what I try to do. Mailboxes were replaced with new ones. Oh, thank you, have a look. I missed what the first one said. Missed what this guy said. Man, I have been seeing people running around with the new outfits and things that are available. And I want so bad to get to that content. So badly. Because, like, there's such good outfits. Happy Field, I found my twinkle stones. Don't misplace them again. You must keep careful watch over storage of supplies. I won't make any more mistakes. But you will, because you're a looping NPC. This is it, the village where the lay of pots from the Tulialol saga took place. Hearthenshire, Idleshire. Might the similarity be a cultural inclination, I wonder? Settlements themselves couldn't be more different, though. This shire appears custom built to resemble pots, while the other is a repurposed town. Well, I mean, they didn't build the other one. They just repurposed the town. Welcome to Earthenshire. Do I have the pleasure of happy greeting the third promise and her retinue? That's us. We're looking for the Dawn Servant's Elector. If you happen to know who that is. This is not Wukalamat's voice. You are exchanging tongue flaps with her right now. Roderick is the elector you seek. Oh, that's helpful. We can cut straight to performing the feat. As much as Roderick would like to do just that, we have a much more pressing worry. The storm which hit our village shattered the cliffs and dropped rocks on our brain cases. Many help hands for the Potsworn were injured. This is no time for feats of metal tests. Feats or metal tests. I'm sorry to hear that. After learning what the storm did to the stairs, I feared you'd be caught up in its path. Not to change the subject, but what are the Potsworn? Also, I got a hat that I've apparently had for a while in my glamours, but because glasses, I've never been able to wear it. And when I realized this, I was like, this will go perfect with my Viper glam because it's a black hat. It goes well with the black outfit. You know. Goldsmiths contracted to work for the Moblins. Work comes from the pot-like workshops where they practice their craft. Oh my gosh, I'm trying to get a drink. And so, like, that was why I stopped and didn't, like, continue the dialogue. But these freaking straws are the worst. I have... I don't know how audible that is. But I have this little box. Like, boxed drink. It's a Yoo-hoo chocolate drink. And sometimes the Walmart carries just these boxes. And sometimes it carries cans. And I keep picking up the boxes because they're always there. I'm like, well, if there's no cans, then, you know, I have them. The last 2 weeks, they have had the cans as well. And so it's been like, oh, well, there we go then. There, maybe some catnip will help her. Clearly, like I'm pretty sure that her thing is, like, she needs to get off some energy. But toys freak her out. And so I can't, like, play with her. But if I drop some catnip on the floor, she goes for it. Oh yeah, I read that one. Moblins provide these potsworn with tools, materials, living quarters, everything the artisans could possibly need. This allows them to concentrate on producing what is widely known as the finest gold and metalwork in Tyrol. This is unacceptable. I was promised no distractions. But yeah, so I ended up with, like, I've ended up with both box and can of Yoo-hoos lately. So, also, I wish I knew where to look to find my, like, current subs. Because it says that I have 1 out of 15. So, somebody has not renewed their sub. Out of the, like, 2 people. And I know both of them. So, I'm like, I should contact them and tell them, like, hey, by the way. But I don't know who is subbed and who isn't. I can't seem to find that. Like, you would think that that would be something that would be easy to find. You know? But it doesn't appear to be. And I just, for the life of me, cannot figure out where I'm supposed to go to, like, find that info. You know? Also, apparently I just have like a million people that are listed as moderators. Um, even though like none of these people even come around anymore. Mist is streaming under a different username now, isn't she? Yes, she is. So it makes absolutely no sense to keep her old account here as a moderator. There. Now I have like just a couple of moderators instead of having like 30 moderators that I apparently had. But seriously, where do I find my freaking... Like, where do I find who is actually, like, subbed? It's like, I have one person that is a paid sub. But I don't know how to find the name. Or, like, how to find a summary of, like, who has and hasn't been subbed. There's gotta be a way, I feel like. But I don't... if there is, I don't know how to do it. Okay. Well, I have no idea. I have no idea how to find it normally. But the only people that are currently subbed are people that are under the founder badge. And so I can at least check that to see. It is kind of funny though, cause you know the founder badge, right? Like there's only so many people, or there's only like so many like spaces for that. And like I have 4 people that have the badge. And I mean that's like that's it. That's everybody who has subbed like ever. So it's like, well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I have no idea. If you're watching the VOD, if you know where to find that info, let me know. Because I cannot find that info on the freaking on the freaking dashboard at all. But I know that it's got to be there somewhere. Anyway, I guess we can keep going. This is the best they can offer. I should never have left Wachumekeki. Wachumeki, rather. You see, the pets won't desert us. Without enough healthy help hands, we are failing to uphold our side of the pot pact. Should all our pot sworn leave, Earthshire will grind to a halt. We have to do something, and do it soon. Let us stand in for the injured helpers. It would give me the chance to learn more about your people and your village. If it brings us closer to beginning the feat, then all the better. This isn't strictly part of the contest, so don't feel obligated to join in. Take a rest while you can. Of course I'll help. I could use a nap. Of course I'll help. Are you kidding me? I went through the Pictomancer quest line. Like, of course I'm gonna help. Because, like, that was the whole idea, right? It's like, Pictomancers help people. I was hoping you'd say that. Actually, I wasn't sure I could do this on my own. We'll all help. Without any of us could just sit around and watch. We'll take every help hand we can get. Roderick, truth swears, and once the Potsworn have their perfect workshops again, we'll commence the feat with all haste. Also, just saying, the freaking Mihoyo just revealed a bunch of the Notland characters. And everybody is going absolutely bonkers over the Archon because she is so freaking hot. Like, seriously. You and the third promise can assist Helphand Rakarok. I actually don't know that, like, putting my hand, just one hand over my mouth is really changing my voice much. You other four, follow Roderick. There are other help hands in need of hand lending. I would probably just use a freaking voice mod, but I can't seem to figure out how to make that kind of a distortion or whatever, like effect. That's it. That's what I was looking for. Effect. Can't figure out how to make an effect that sounds like this. I really appreciate you pitching in. I mean what I said at Many Fires. There'll be no more feigning strength. No more playing at being an invincible promise. If there's one thing I've learned on this journey, it's how practiced you are at aiding those in need. And I mean to make the most of having such an incredible mentor at my side. Now, let's find this Rakarok fella and see what we can do for him. Arrgh. I do have to kind of remember how to play this class. It's been, oops. RIP Stream Deck already. I hate this computer so freaking much. I was all excited when I got the Stream Deck. Like, I spent $150 on this thing. Because these things are stupidly expensive. And my it works. That's the thing. Like, it works. It's great. It's fantastic. But my freaking computer keeps freaking closing the program. It just trashes the program. For no reason. Rock can't miss his obligations without more... or can't meet his obligations without more help hands. Pack is broken and the pots are emptying. Come to aid Rock? Rock accepts your hand lending with joyous feel smiles. I do love the goblins, though. If we can offer the Potsworn their promised good living, we might save the day yet. Whatever you need. Ruthenium weapon coffer, eye level 655. I mean, not high enough to replace the freaking weapon I currently have, because these are eye level 660. Which is also interesting, and I hadn't even noticed that. These are 660. I mean, I suppose I'm still using the Mandervillius of everything, so I guess it's fine. It was more just like the realization that I don't have the freaking Manderville, or I don't, like, I'm still using the freaking, like, Manderville stuff. So what do the Ruthenium Twin Fangs look like? Not bad. I like it. I kind of like the credendum gear that I have right now better. But still. So as far as dyes go, there's like barely anything, like dye 1 is barely anything. Dye 2 is more what I expected to be the main dye color. So I figured that the dyeing would color the handle here. You know, the wood part of the handle here, not like the edges of the metal on the hilt. So, lending a help hand. Rock needs help learning about the Potsworn Kehi. What Rock needs is for new help hands to create good living for Potsworn Kahi. Kahi, maybe? The help hand assigned to Kahi was hurt during the rock rain, so Rock took over, but he knows nothing of Kahi. What does Kahi want? What does Kahi need? Help hands do not bother the Potsworn with straight tasks. Our job is to observe and anticipate, to prepare things with guess think. But please guess think with Rock. Find out what Kahi is lacking so we can provide it. You can count on us. This is where Kahi works, is it? Let's take a peek inside then. It's bigger on the inside. It must be Kahi. It'd be a lot quicker if we could just talk to him, but that's not the way they do things around here, apparently. We'll have to leave him be. Try our hand at some guess think. Inspect the workshop. Crafting materials. Well, he has no shortage of crafting materials. There must be something else he's missing. He must be boiling sitting so close to the furnace. There's no airflow to speak of. How can anyone work in that stifling heat? Because that's what he's missing. Tools are like pretty worn down. Maybe it's time for some new ones? Is there something else to investigate? Oh, untouched meal. He's barely touched his meal. That dish is meant to be eaten hot or it loses its savor. He doesn't want to eat the hot food because it's too hot in here. Alright, take a good look. I think I have an idea of what things Kashi might want to improve his working conditions. Let's head back outside and talk to Rock. Rock. School! You made your observations? What did you guys think? First off, I noticed Kahi hasn't touched his food. An empty belly can't be good for his concentration. Maybe the cooking isn't to his liking? But our food is very mouth-pleasing. Why wouldn't he want to eat it? But Rock is sure of nothing when it comes to Kahi's tastes. I can help you with that. My brother Kona is also Hetsaru. And while everyone has their personal preferences, there are some they tend to share. Like an aversion to piping hot dishes. If it was brought to him like that, Kahi probably wouldn't have been able to eat it until it cooled down. By the time he came back to it, he might have found it cold and unappetizing. Simplest solution is to serve dishes that taste good no matter the temperature. Rock would never have thought of that. Would their promise mind explaining these things to our cook? Not at all, but I don't think that was the only reason Kahi couldn't concentrate. Hetsaru homeland is hot and dry. Even Kahi seemed to be suffering in front of that furnace. Is there any way you could cool down the workshop? Oh, we could try a drafty shard. They make a lovely breeze. Do you know where we can get one of those? You can gather them from the shoals of no return. There are many old boats there, abandoned by those who gave up on their search for the Golden City. So we salvaged them from the wrecks. Could you handle that for us, Cassandra? Oh, and one more thing. From what I could tell, Kaki's files and saws and things were very worn down. Maybe a new set of tools is in order? Rock is too preoccupied with stocking materials. Serious oversight which we will rectify. Applying good tools for good living is a help hand's responsibility. And we all have work to do. We can meet back here when our tasks are done. Shoals of no return are past the crags. Through a tunnel southeast of here. Should be able to spot the passage from just outside the village. Alright. I'll head on down that way. Speak with Rock. Completed. No blue quests though that I see. Which is fine, you know, just double checking. The glossed fired bank. I took a drink and then had some kind of weird issue. You're Cassandra, aren't you? What brings you out here? The issue with caring for the Potsworn. When they approached me with the same problem, I suggested they commission artisans in Charlayan instead. Quality of craftsmanship would be guaranteed, after all. However, the Moblins did not care for the idea. Surely it would be more effective to engage a uniformly trained collective. I cannot understand their fixation on individual contracts. Perhaps the custom will make more sense once we begin the fate of Pots. Until then, we've been deemed unfit to assist in the matter of help hands, and are instead tasked with tending the injured. We're on our way back from procuring herbs for Urianger, in fact. Settlements in Kozumauka, too, have been isolated by the storm's destruction. What would have become of the wounded had we not found a way here? Should I become Dawn Servant, one of my first acts will be to establish reliable trade routes to the capital. And I imagine how much good we can achieve with Charlayan technology. My apologies, I have much to consider. If you will excuse us. We will meet again soon, I'm sure. Take care, Cassandra. Suddenly, I just had a wave of exhaustion, and I don't know why. But it's fine. But the tunnel opening. Whee! But seriously though, how am I driving this? Like, where are the gas pedals that I can just stand? And also, my car seems to have some minor issues. I'm joking around, of course. I don't actually, view that as a problem. That's just the joy of freaking, 3D video games, really. Hello, Moorball. A Terali Moorball. It really is a Moorball. Here I expected it to have some other name. It's the fiery orange crystal. Feeling charred is fairly warm to the touch. It does not appear to be the wind crystal you seek. Blue is water. I want green, right? Green. Bright green crystal. The crystalline shard emanates a soothing whisper of winds. Seems you found the crystal Rock sent you to salvage. Cool. Where's the next one? To the northwest. So, up probably by the Imperius. It might also be the last one. Ooh, I might have missed one by the looks of things. Wonder if I missed it like back here or something. Or maybe there's just two of them that are up here. I don't know. Northwest still. Is that a cool breeze Rock feels? Yes, a drafty shard. The brisk breeze emanating from this wind crystal can be used to fill sails or cool, stuffy workshops. Though, it sure seems like it would be better to get an ice crystal. Because actually, a wind crystal, if it's just blowing around the air that's already there, could actually make things hotter. Yes, thank you for seek finding a drafty shard. Recollect will add to the new set of tools he brought. And I come bearing good food tidings. The cook has prepared a feast fit for the most discerning head sorrow. It's on its way, even as we speak. Let's go in and see what Kahi thinks of our efforts. I was wondering what occasion called for me to receive so many visitors. Fine meal, new tools, and a welcome source of cool air. Now I remember why I signed a pot pact. I'm grateful for your kind considerations. Allow me a moment or two, and I'll reciprocate with a piece worthy of a pot swan. Pshing. Neat. An oil lamp to brighten the halls of Valakshunsa. Craftsmanship satisfies Earthenshire's reputation for quality, I trust. That's an oil lamp? School! Such luster, such brilliance, truly a gift for the dawn servant. I'm glad you like it. Considering the time I've wasted till now, hope to continue crafting at this improved pace. I have a contract to fulfill, after all. Forgive my interruption. Lamati, I am told the Elector has deemed the crisis past and is prepared to task us with the feat. That's great news. Thank you for letting me know. So this is the craft of a potsworn. It is indeed a masterful piece. Thank you for your words of praise, Sacred Promise. A true inspiration from Kazuma Uka's natural beauty taught to capture it in my work. I wondered why the Moblins did not simply build a workshop in the city. Now I have my answer. Even Charlene goldsmiths could not easily replicate such exquisite artistry. One cannot create great things if one lacks creative impetus. Tuliyalal, fortunately, does not want for inspiration. Anyone wishing to learn the basics of a craft would do well to study it there. I was raised among Hetsaro, more traditional than most, and the shared ingenuity of Tyrell's various peoples was eye-opening. You lived as a traditional Hetsaro. I have few fond memories of nomadic life. So that's what the big thing is going to be, right? Each one of the promises was brought in and raised by the Dawn Servant due to some issue that they had initially, right? And so each of them is going to deal with, this is the reason that This is my reason for wanting to do what I do, you know? It's like, Koana here wants to bring Charlayan ingenuity because in his life as a nomad, he found several things that he, terribly disliked and whatnot about that life. And then he learned about Charlayan, and he went to Charlayan, and there you go. He figured out, like, oh, I can, like, solve all of those problems with Charlayan technology.
Rock is very grateful to you. Thank you both for your hard work and clever guest think. When it comes to help handing, knowing the platform really is important.
Well, that's true for pretty much everyone you meet. It's a lesson I've had drummed into me several times already on this journey. Ruthenium chest gear. Feat of Pots. Quana has details to share concerning the forthcoming Feat of Pots. The Elector bids the claimants assemble in the large building on the west side of the village. I will head over after finding Thancred and Urianger. I also ran into the Leviu twins on the way here. Took the liberty of directing them to the venue. We're rivals. It's not his job to make sure I know the feat is starting. But even now, he's conscientious to a fault. Anyway, let's not keep Red Rock waiting. I cannot say that word, conscientious. Also, it's actually not bigger on the inside. It's just big. I didn't realize how big this was. That's right, we'll temper our bodies like a weapon. Or something like that was what this guy over here said. But what is the Moblin doing? Moblins can be barely strong too. Yeah, I was right. Like, is he supposed to be swinging a hammer and it just got missed? And he's just, like, missing the hammer? Or maybe because he's too small, like the animation doesn't work if the hammer's in his hand, maybe? It does go clink when he hammers, though. That's funny as heck.
Red Rock, thanks you for assisting Helphand Rakarok. She will announce the feat once the other claimants arrive, so please be patient a little while longer.
So are we going to see all of the claimants, or are we just going to see Koana and Wukalamat, I wonder? That said, it is freaking hot in here. Yep, it's just Koana. Well, and all of our assistants. The assistants, of course. I'm happy to report that we were able to convince one of the Potsworn to stay. How did you fare? So you managed to do the same. Splendid. Oh, there he is.
Welcome to Earthenshire, First Promise. We support your plans for salt crossings and the new Potsworn they will bring. Hail the mighty Zorolza. He cleared many piles of rockfalls if they were pebble stones. The resilient sun for Dawn Servant.
So all job was clearing fallen rocks. I'm surprised you would volunteer this time for anything unrelated to the contest.
Well, we meet again. Bakuzaza. Well, we meet again.
There we go. That's the right voice. Just in time for the feat to begin. I bet he was already here, laying low while the rest of us did all the work. So it is all of us. That's cool.
Claimants, your attention, please. As Roderick has explained, many of our potsworn left us following the storm. The precious metalwork crafted by those artisans bring in much jingly shine from across the salt. Should our stream of trade goods dry up, Earthenshire will suffer. Tullialal merchants will suffer. So Roderick sets you this feat. Each of you are to find one clever hand goldsmith to bring back here to us.
So we're to recruit new potsworn. Makes sense for the feat of pots.
Calling this a feat does not justify taking advantage of the claimants and their influence. How does finding workers for you demonstrate their worthiness for the throne?
You are free to refuse Roderick's request. She will be happy to inform the Dawn Servant of Zarasa's disqualification.
Rip.
The right is a means to an end. The steps we take to get there are not important.
Then Roderick declares the feat of pots begun. But remember, a pot pact must be agreed to willingly. No grab snatching or deceitful tongue flaps.
The elector said nothing of taking a willing artisan from a rival. Which is exactly what we shall do. A fine suggestion, brother. I'm glad you think so, brother. Come, let us lay our plans.
Lying, cheating, stealing. It's all but cool Jaja knows. That nasty brute is up to something. Aye, he may seek to delay us again, as he did on the river. We can but remain vigilant while we plot our course. What do you think, Wook-Lamont? Have any candidates in mind to satisfy this feat? I know some artisans among my supporters, but they're all in their twilight years. I couldn't ask them to give up the comforts of Tullialal to live in this remote village, no matter how beautiful the scenery. Hello, Scarix. Meanwhile, Kawana probably has 100 young craft people to choose from. Not that I'm comparing, as you understand, that's just statement of fact. Suppose we could try asking around Wachu Meki Meki. That seems a logical place to start. Back to Tullialal it is. Wait, does that mean we have to take the boat again? No, I can't do it. I can't stomach another boat ride. You said I should share my burden, so I will speak plainly. The truth is, I get really, really sick on boats. Wook-Lamont, this is hardly news. Meow. But it was brave of you to admit. In any case, we won't be fighting the current this time. Heading down the river will be much smoother. It will? Are you sure? I love this. Kitty cat eyes. I'm positive. Mostly. I love it. She's freaking so adorable, dude. Look at Lamont. What? No. What? And we're just immediately back here. I love that. I love it when they do that. I need a moment. Upriver or downriver. Ihui Katumu is too rough for me. I'll get these names eventually. Howsy is a bit more bearable now that I've stopped trying to hide it, but I'd still rather not set foot on a boat if I can help it. Alright, I think I'm ready. See if Master Ropoli can help us recruit a Potsworn. I mean, we could have just taken the Aetheryte. Just saying. Like, canonically, the Aetherites are a thing. So, also, I don't think no, I didn't. I didn't do them off camera, but I noticed when I came here off camera the other day, there are actually two ether current quests in the Urko Pacha. So these things are addictive. I've been waiting my whole life for a sip of this. Let's go talk to Ropoli over here. I wonder, is it going to be Gentlequa or whatever his name was? Greetings, third promise. What brings you back to watch you Meki Meki? You've not chipped your axe again, have you? No, Master Ropoli. Actually, I have a favor to ask. We need an artisan, you see. So what do you think? Do you know of any craftsmen who might be interested? Filtering my artisans for the moblins, eh? Well, seeing as it's the third promise making the request, I'm willing to look the other way if one of them decides to take you up on the offer. Only, I can't think of a suitable candidate off the top of my head. Who do I know with a mastery of goldsmithing that would also have no qualms about relocating to Earthenshire? That Eorzean goldsmith, what about him? Was the Alasa man who just started working here? Yep, Gentlequa, or whatever, however you say his name. I mean, Fungintain, that's it. I was thinking of the Pictomancer dude. I mean, Fungintain, he did say he was employed at some fancy jewelry store across the salt. And considering the distance he's already come, I'd like to think you wouldn't mind moving a little up the river. That said, he's only just got himself a new job. Is it too soon to ask him to sign a pot pact? There's no harm in making the offer. Once he hears how well the Potsworn are treated, he may even jump at the chance. Either way, you won't find Fungintain at his workbench at this hour. He's finished for the day. Probably enjoying a meal over at Zabalia Thai. So maybe we should go and talk to him. Just you and me, since he knows us. Wouldn't want him to feel intimidated by having to deal with a crowd of new faces. Two of us can handle this. Take a rest at the cabins if you like. Right. Let's go and see a man about a pot. Alright. Let's head back on over to the Taco Man. Yeah, Zabaliev Thai all the way over here. And who knows? Maybe he'll be interested. I mean, it's not like, you know, he was introduced earlier in the quest line specifically for this reason, you know? But seriously, though. I'll say one thing about Square Enix's, like, storytelling. They don't introduce a character unless they're going to be important somehow. Oh, Cassandra, you're here too. Third promised that you wanted to chat. Just finished eating, so shall we find a quiet spot outside? Last time we talked on this beach, you were in a miserable state. Haha, yes, I was, wasn't I? A lost soul, till the two of you came along and helped me rediscover my purpose. My new place of employment has been most welcoming. For the first time in a long time, I feel content with my lot in life. That's wonderful. So, what is it you wish to discuss? Well, it's hard to ask this right after you've settled in, but I'm looking for someone to become a potsworn. Ah, I've heard my colleagues mention the term. It's when an artisan signed a contract to work for the Moblins, isn't it? But you are not a Moblin. I'm not sure I understand. It's 4 feet in the right of succession. I need to bring a new potsworn to Earthenshire. So that is the way of it. We've barely met, and after pushing you to work at Wachu Meki Meki, I'm now demanding you throw that away and sign a pot pact instead. It's a selfish request, I know. I have something to tell you, Third Promise. The other day, I completed the necessary procedures for immigration. I'm pleased to say I am now an official subject of Tuliyalal. I've since endeavored to learn what I can of my new nation, beginning with the right of secession and its claimants, including you, of course. Now, you will recall it was my father's example which led me to pursue goldsmithing. He was at the East End when Garlean forces laid siege to the settlement, and in the ensuing chaos he was slain. War took him from me in an instant, the man I loved and admired, and never wished to suffer such a loss again. And so, as much as I am indebted to you for turning my life around, it is as a fellow peace-loving Tuliyalalan that I want you to win the throne. If I can help you achieve that by signing a pot pact, then I shall gladly do so. Fanjin Dane, thank you. I shall return to Master Ropley and inform him of my decision. Allow me, I'm the reason you're leaving, so I should be the one to deliver the news. Perhaps you remember me. Brook Evu, owner of Zabaliev Thai. I'd like a word if you don't mind. You're Wook Lamott's ally from across the salt, right? And a hero of some renown, too, if the gossip's to be believed. Well, as it so happened, I could use some heroic help. It doesn't need to be right now, but could you come by when you have a spare moment? Sure. Much appreciated. I'll be waiting for you at my shop then. You can now gain access to role quests. Woo! Speak with Brook Evu at Zabali of Tai and pursue new adventures as you progress through the Rite of Ascension. Awesome! Role quests! God, I hope these role quests are as good as the ones in both Shadowbringers and Endwalker were. Freaking, those were such good quests, man. Like, it was ridiculous how good they were. I think Shadowbringers were a little better, but role quests didn't unlock in Endwalker until you reached level 95. These ones are supposed to start to unlock as early as level 90 once you have access to them. So here's hoping that these ones are like really good. Uncouth customers. Brook Evu has an urgent job for a courageous soul. Cassandra, I was wondering when you'd be along. Not a moment too soon either. Got an urgent job that needs doing. There's no one else I can trust with it. Of course, you'll be wanting to know the details. It's a long story, so why don't you grab a seat over there? I'll join you shortly. God, the freaking, especially the ones in Shadowbringers, though. Like, Shadowbringers were the first to, do the role quests as opposed to the, full class quests. But, like, oh my god, they were so good. Endwalkers were exceptional as well. It's just, I definitely recall the Shadowbringers ones way more. Now that we're all settled, allow me to introduce myself properly. I'm Brook Evu, proprietor to Sabaliav Tai. As you know, my establishment is open to anyone. People hailing from across Tyrol, and sometimes further, come here to whet their appetites and slake their thirst. Given how we turn no one away, it's inevitable that a few bad apples might mix into the motley patrons. And therein lies the rub. A particularly rotten bunch was here not long ago. Sitting just over there, in fact, and having a conversation most foul. I thank you all for coming here, so far from your respective homes. I have no idea who's talking, but there's 5 people because there's 5 roles. One of them has a freaking mummet. As this is the first time we have all gathered in one place, perhaps formal introductions are in order. I am. Welcome, welcome. What'll you be having? Could we have a moment, please? We are in the middle of something very important. She rose her hand and drew attention. Now then, where was I? Oh yes, I am Apya He. If you are sitting here now, it is because I have personally invited you to the Passage of the Unbound, my secretive, villainous order with ambition to sow discord throughout the world. Villains do not often call themselves such. Nor do secret orders have their meetings in places where all eyes can see. What do you know? Your snide remarks only ruin my carefully constructed atmosphere. If I had time to think of a suitable slogan, you would understand that words are everything. But I digress. I invited you all here for one reason, to throw the world into a mire of chaos, and then watch its nations crumble. What else would we call ourselves if not villainous? I love them. I love them already. My only interest is to punish all who have dared to mock and belittle me. As long as I can achieve that, you can call me whatever you like. The rich, the powerful, the mighty, all shall be crushed under the weight of my ire. So, very clearly there's going to be some kind of, like, misunderstanding or, like, she's making it seem like they're villains, or, you know, even though they're not. Grand design for a group of 6. Even if we manage to muster others to our side, there's a limit to what we can accomplish. I regret to say you are right. At present we are bound and powerless. That is why, in order to raise our fists against our oppressors, we must find the strength to shatter our shackles. And in doing so, we shall become unbound. Like the birds soaring up above, we shall take flight and spread our wicked wings, staining the azure skies black. Nice. I already love this. But sometimes skies become treacherous with clouds. Even birds must rest. You speak of finding strength. Is that why you're here? To look for it? If so, then I pledge my aid. With new-bound might in my beck and call, I shall win adoration known only by a hero. Your eagerness is heartening, and you are correct. The tools to make our goal a reality lie in Tyrol. Across this continent can be found certain artifacts which possess untold power. Also, there is 6, so that's interesting. Did you say artifacts? Oh, I sense an adventurous hunt for instruments of devious devilry ahead. My imagination is overflowing with images of the new forms my trickery might take. I dare say the world is not ready. Yes, well, to get to the heart of the matter, the objects are held by the disparate tribes which make their homes in the Tyrol continent. But they've been passed down through generations as sacred treasures. Whatever stories these people have attached to their so-called treasures matters not. Each contain the essence of fearsome beasts called Tyrol Vidrel, and with them in our possession, none shall be able to stand against us. We shall take the objects for ourselves, bring them across the sea, and use them to undermine nations far and wide. The means by which you each chose to do so I leave in your hands. I only ask that you do not disappoint. They are being very coy with hiding everybody else. Upyahi is the only one that they have shown. Take it there are no questions? And let the passage of the unbound open unto the world. We begin at once. And they leave, just like that. They didn't order a single thing. Yeah, so she made a big deal about, like, ensuring that people were hearing all of this. There's a reason for that. That's the long and short of it. What do you think? Yeah, they might lack discretion, but they seem formidable nonetheless. Left without ordering anything? Villainous indeed. Yes. I love that. It's right there in their name. They're unbound by manners and respect. I won't be welcome back here anytime soon. You, on the other hand, can stay as long as you like. I like the little, animations and little, sounds from, some of the emotes. Of course, we had a duty to report what we heard to the Lands Guard. We did, but didn't make a damn difference. Soon we learned those unwelcome guests had teeth. Not long ago, one individual from a remote tribe came here seeking help recovering a stolen relic. Then another came with the same story. Then another, and so on. By the time we realized the passage of the Unbound was a real threat, they had one and all made their way across the sea with their ill-gotten gains. Each tribe has sent one of their own to recover what was lost. But being in strange lands, they are at a disadvantage. So I have been looking for someone who knows every corner of Eorzea and beyond. Now I know your business in Tyrol, or else you wouldn't be here in the first place. But if you could take the time to hear Ral Majun out, you'd be doing a service to many who could really use a helping hand. Makes sense. So, okay, so clearly the idea here is they stole the Tyrol Vidrail, which in the Viper quest, we fought one of them, and they are very big, very nasty, very strong. So it would not, so I'm not, I wouldn't be surprised if the idea is that when we hit level 100, we'll have fought them, kind of thing. You know, the level 100 role quest will be to fight the Tyrol Vidrail, you know. Greetings. Allow me to thank you personally for lending your assistance in this matter. We've been quite desperate for someone suitable. Greetings, Ral Majun. The risk of being a daily nuisance, I must ask. Has there been any developments you might share? A nuisance? Why, perish the thought. You've come in just in time, in fact. None other but the vaunted Cassandra has agreed to aid the search. Aid to the search, apparently. Finally a fortunate turn. So long as our sacred treasures are in wicked hands, our homes shall know no peace. To say nothing of the danger they pose to other nations, if these thieves really do intend to stir up chaos across the seas, then you had better depart on the next ship. Don't worry, I'll just use the aetheryte. But before you do, it might be proper to introduce you to those who have come to Tulialal in search of aid. Loznikwa. They are come from a village to the north. A single warrior cannot hope to withstand the power of her tribe's relic. She requires a stout protector, someone that can be leaned upon when times are darkest. The heirloom that Naipin must recover afflicts terrible maladies upon its victims. He seeks someone who commands great healing magic to counteract this effect. The healer one, the search for Shepia's tribal treasure, has been entrusted to a peerless hunter. She requires someone to act as a frontline fighter who can distract her target while her bow takes deadly aim. Ranged. And lastly, there's Suihi, who knows little about her people's ancient artifact, aside that it must not fall into the wrong hands. She seeks a mage of great power, but anything beyond that lies shrouded in mystery. Okay, so I don't think they're doing the melee DPS and ranged DPS split like they did in Endwalker. Or maybe they are, because aren't you forgetting someone, Rahulja? Crisis is just as pressing, even if you won't say so yourself. There it is. There's a fifth person. Rahulja hails from further south than even Mamuk, and has traveled many days and nights in search of someone who can strike down their prey from afar. It is the only way to escape the effect of his village's treasure. Did I get that right? Oh no, that was Whoops. That was, Raul Majun, not Rahulja.
Indeed, indeed. I do get so forgetful in my old age. Thank you, Raul Majun. Also a great impression of me. 5 tribes, 5 stolen treasures. All are waiting for the aid of a brave soul. Hopefully that can be you, Cassandra.
Alright. Of course, I'll share all I know on the matter. You need only ask. Know that I will not hold it against you should you choose to assist only those for whom your talents are best suited. So long as you do what you can, the people of Thrall, maybe even further, will be in your debt. Alright. Give me one moment. Sorry. My sinuses. Like, even though I've cleared whatever the problem was with my, like, voice giving me an issue, my sinuses still refuse to clear. The doctor said, the doctor that I saw about, clearing, about fixing the problem, said that it could be sinusitis, it could be allergies, and I don't see her again until sometime in, like, the very, very beginning of August. Is like the 2nd or the 3rd of August, somewhere that early. Oh, hey, yeah. What do you know? The 2nd of August. I was actually right about that. That said, I could probably pick up all of these, like, first quests, because they're probably all level 90. I mean, I'll have to check here in just a moment. I just need to hit a couple buttons on something on my phone here, and then I will be good to continue what we were doing. It's just about the time that I have to stop and deal with this one freaking mobile game that I get to do like 2 things every freaking 8 hours, and it's super annoying because it's just every 8 hours. And so, like, I'm not, you're not really playing it, but if you don't do the things every 8 hours, you're really, like, losing out on, like, the rewards and stuff. And it's super annoying, and I hate everything about it. But, oh, and it crashed because something in their servers is not working ever since the latest update. And they're fully aware of this. They actually put out a notification about it just the other day, like, yeah, so we know that something's not working right. We're trying to fix it. We don't know what is causing the problem, though. So, but yeah, I think you know, we've got Reaper here already. So let's start out with that. Level 90, the Hunter and the Hunted. Shishepia seeks an adventurer who likes getting up close and personal. So we'll start here, and we'll go from there. Hello there. Take it you've spoken with Brooke Evu. Willing to lend a hand? Sure. I am truly grateful. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shishepia, and I have traveled far from my village in the forests of Dawntrail in search of a brave soul to help us retrieve our stolen treasure. For generations have my people watched over the Dreamweave cocoon, the vessel in which the power of the shallow tail Tyrol Vidrail is sealed. For its ascension, the shallow tail warded off would-be predators by assuming the form of threatening butterflies, poisonous ones and the like, through its skill at mimicry. So it survived, day after day, summer after summer, till the dawn of its great new existence. It became capable of taking on the form of any creature which crossed its path. This fearsome power was sealed within the cocoon, and any who possess it command the self-same abilities. Indeed, the wielder too may assume the form of any manner of beast or man they've beheld. Yet this mimicry is not limited to merely physical forms. No, the wielder may replicate the talents and abilities of their target, so long as such actions fall within their ken, that is. In an instant, they may become a master of the hunt, twin-blade-wielding viper, or a savage brakes with claws and fangs to gut whomsoever they please. It is this power which has protected my village from the predators of the forest. For though it grants many boons, the forest contains threats in equal measure. By donning the skins of its most formidable beasts, we've kept ourselves safe for generations. Without the cocoon, my village's very survival is at risk. That is why we have sent our foremost hunter, Itoka, to ensure it is reclaimed. She has never failed to capture her quarry, so I thought she would make short work of this ordeal. Yet there has been no word from her. I fear this may be a hunt she cannot undertake alone. It is for that reason I wish to enlist the aid of one familiar with the lay of the land beyond the Great Sea, and one whose prowess in close quarters would complement her expertise with the bow. One of the many villagers ran into the thief before he fled, and said he intended to use the cocoon's power in Kugane, which I understand is the name of a large settlement located far, far to the east. Please, for the sake of my home, set out for this eastern habitation, and assist Itoka with retrieving the cocoon. Leave it to me, as long as you're willing to cover my teleportation expenses. Leave it to me. Your willingness to aid is most reassuring. You have my heartfelt thanks. Upon arriving in the eastern land, search for a Vieira woman carrying a bow and dressed in similar attire to myself. If you visit a tavern like this one, I dare say you may find someone who has seen her. Alrighty. So Reaper's quest line is going to be in Kugane. Viper's quest line is going to be in Kugane. Pictomancer. Samurai? What is this one in the string of things? Oh, this is the healer job. Got it. Nightbeam's gaze is transfixed upon the crowds until he spies you. Got it. Healer. We'll go healer. What business do you have with me? I figure I'll just pick up all of these since they're all out. in, the other regions other than Tyrol, it sounds like. So, I'll just pick them all up right now, and we'll do them as we go, Ah, my apologies. You were Brooke Evers' guest, were you not? I am Naipeen, and have journeyed far from the northern valleys of Zoctral to reach this grand city. Tell me, traveler, what is your name? My name's Cassandra. Cassandra, rest assured I shall remember it. A shame that we must meet under these unfortunate circumstances. My village's prized possession was among the treasures stolen by the passage of the Unbound. It is known as the Heartstring, and the soul of a dread scorpion, one of the Trail Vidrel, is sealed within. The creature once hunted its prey using an array of toxins procured within its body, and was a menace to all. Those granted the Heartstring's gift may wield this fearsome power as they see fit. I believe the thieves have already taken it across the ocean to Eorzea, and will doubtless wreak havoc in the wrong hands. Thus I seek a healer to remedy any harm wrought by the Heartstring's toxins in that faraway land. I won't mince words, are precisely the sort of woman I seek, and we must act quickly to avoid the worst. Will you lend us your aid? Aiding those in need is what I do best. Fine, but don't expect any miracles. Aiding those is what I do best. You have my gratitude. To the matter at hand, then. While I was making inquiries here in Tulialal regarding the thieves' whereabouts, some Eorzean merchants told me a rather intriguing tale. Specifically, those returning from Limsa Laminsa bring fell tidings. Tales of able-bodied men and women suddenly losing their vision. An all too familiar account is the Heartstring allows mastery over all manner of poisons, including those that inflict temporary blindness. A great deal of training is required to properly utilize the Scorpion's gifts, but the blinding toxin is one of the simplest to wield. Seems to me the brigands are the masterminds of these strange incidents, harnessing the treasure's power for their own nefarious ends. Loshkana, the village elder's daughter, makes for Limsa Laminsa in pursuit of the Heartstring. I intend to set sail with her. My foot was badly injured by a strange mechanical doll during the thieves' ambush. Ooh. Loshkana insisted I remain here to recover, and she would not take no for an answer. Also, it was intended, not intend. Oops. Must ask that you cross the sea in my stead, and provide Loshkana your aid. Considering that our enemy wields deadly poisons, the danger is too great for her to face alone. Based on when she departed, I presume she's arrived at her destination by now. She boarded a merchantman, She boarded a merchantman, captained by a woman named Balbrida, who is primarily based in Limsa Laminsa. She may be able to help you locate Loshkana. Alrighty. Let's go over here to Rahulja, who is ranged. Rahulja is our ranged person. To steal a steel hog. Rahulja's eyes are full of expectation. Or is it dust? Nice. Greetings. So you have decided to aid my people in retrieving our treasure, yes? They would be glad to know my long and arduous journey for our homeland in the distant south of Yoctoral was not in vain. As for the treasure we would have you recover, it contains the undying essence of an armadillo, Tural Vidril.
These steel hogs, as we call them, rely on their tough hides to protect themselves from predators. Legends speak of one that lived to an extraordinary age, perhaps due to its natural suit of armor, and came to be known as the Lord of the Forest. At the end of its long life, our ancestors enshrined the Vidrail's soul within the steel-hogged vessel. For generations since, the divine blessings it bestows have been a great boon to my people. Those under its protection need not fear wild beasts, for fang and claw cannot harm them. This allows us to hunt in the forest without risking our lives. This treasure, so crucial to our people, was stolen by a tall, slender merchant, or rather, a man posing as one. He came bearing exotic wares from foreign lands, and served alcohol freely, toasting often to new friendships. My people became caught up in celebration, and in the morning the merchant was gone, along with the steel-hogged vessel. Without it, we cannot bestow its blessing afresh upon our hunters. The effect wanes over time, and one by one we are losing our protection against the savage predators that stalk our lands. As I and my granddaughter Kitolja still possess the treasure's blessing, we have been tasked with locating the steel-hogged vessel and returning it to the village. So the trail led us here to Tulialal, where we believed the perpetrator boarded a ship and made good his escape. The journey here has also pushed this decrepit body of mine beyond its natural limits. A lengthy voyage by sea would likely be my end. Although I urged Kitolza not to make the crossing alone, she was determined to give chase. Given that you hailed from across the ocean, your knowledge of those lands will prove invaluable to her. Not only that, but our quarry may use the steel-hogged vessel to his own ends. Only a skilled warrior can stand against such a foe, and Kitolza is no warrior.
I'll have your treasure in 2 shakes of an armadillo's tail. Just like refuses to listen to an option. Fine, I'll help. Nah. I should be reading them from the bottom up because I'm picking the top one each time.
I am truly grateful. My granddaughter's first port of call is a place called Alamigo. You see, as the thief took all his wares with him, the only clue left behind was an empty bottle of whatever grog he was serving. After asking the sailors here, it seems it was produced in Alamigo with no other leads. With no other leads, Kitolja set forth. Once you arrive, she should not be difficult to find. These days only a handful of Mamulja attempt the journey, most of them brutish mercenaries. Kitolja is a far daintier creature and is sure to have made a favorable impression on the locals. May the steel hog watch over you.
As Kitolza has traveled to Alamigo, perhaps you should begin your search by going to Volgar's Reach. So I should have Mage. Yep. I mean, I guess they're both kind of the same distance away, so. Power Forgotten. Suhi seeks an adventurer with a penchant for the magical. Yeah, that's me. Oh, hello. Did Brooke Evu send you to help recover our stolen treasure? Thank the heavens, and judging by your accoutrements, you are learned in the arcane arts, yes? If so, we've need of your power and wisdom. Truth be told, it is wisdom that we require most. You see, even though the treasure has been guarded by our people for generations, we know little of its true nature. How's that? In ages past, the forests of our homeland were plagued with terrible beasts, a constant source of fear and danger.
To combat this menace, our mages spent many moons researching the treasure, known as the Perch of the Apex. Upon unlocking its secrets, they were able to drive the monsters from the woods, bringing peace at last. For the threat all but eradicated, our forebears forbade any further use of the treasure, and enshrined it within the village. As the year passed, we slowly forgot what it was to live in fear. Yet as our struggles faded into memory, stories surrounding the Perch of the Apex became legend, then myth. Now, none living are certain of its true power. Yet the peace was shattered by a member of the Passage of the Unbound. The villain wheedled his way into our trusts, then stole upon my husband, the treasurer's appointed guardian, catching him unaware with a terrible blow that left him unconscious. He has yet to awaken, so my daughter Tepeke has set forth to retrieve what was stolen. Unlike her father, she has no skill in the arcane arts, and chose the path of the sword. That's why I've been seeking someone with the knowledge she lacks. Should the ancient power be unleashed, please, if you can find it in your heart to help Tepeke, I would be forever grateful. If there's a mystical artifact involved, count me in. Consider it done. Actually, I like the I actually like the bottom one that time. Oh, thank you. Now, our only clue to the thief's whereabouts is from something he mentioned during his stay at our village. He spoke of his desire to bring change to a place called Rods et Hand. That is where Tepeke decided to begin her search, so she boarded a ferry bound there, by way of Limsa Laminsa, for the trusted sword and shield close at hand. That's how you'll know her. Lady, do you know how many people carry swords and shields in this world? She agreed to stay in Radzahan to gather information until aid arrived. I know nothing of the place, but it's likely she can be found in a marketplace or some such. Please bring our treasure and my daughter safely home. Rodzatan, you say? And last but not least, the tank roll quest. The narwhal beckons. Young man gazed into the horizon with a troubled expression. The narwhal. Oh, hello. Judging by your attire, you must be the traveler from across the seas. Then I suppose Brook Evu has enlisted you to our aid. Then you were guided here safely. that you were guided here safely must be the work of the brave narwhal, who remains watchful even in this dire time. We are ever grateful for its vigilance. My name is Lozanikwe, and I hail from the northern reaches of Zaktaral, where even our breath freezes when caught in the chilling winds. Our people revere Iteral Vidrail of the narwhal, whose essence rests in the cradle of the sleepless, our most sacred treasure. Through fathomless depths it swam without rest, protecting its home from any who would do it harm. Legends tell that the narwhal could place the burden of its fatigue upon another, and thus was able to maintain its vigil night and day. So too can any who possess the cradle lull a person, willing or no, into a deep slumber, all while avoiding the need for sleep themselves. Oh dear. Needless to say, such power could cause untold harm in the wrong hands. Thus was the greatest warrior of our village, Tento Awa, tasked with crossing the ocean and returning that which is most sacred to us. I'd have joined him, but I feared I would only be a burden, so I remained here, that I might find someone to send to his aid. Tentawa has ever rushed bravely and blindly into the thick of things, leaving me behind to watch and worry. Tentoawa? I'm not sure. If there's anything I can do to help him, even a little, then I must. Brick Evu has done well to send you to me. I can tell you are just the woman to temper his more reckless tendencies and keep him safe during his quest. As luck would have it, a letter from Tentawa arrived shortly before you did. It seems he discovered that the thief made their way to a place called Ishgard. While I don't doubt his prowess, even Tentawa would be rendered helpless before the narwhal's lullaby. Please, could you follow him to Ishgard and find him before he does anything rash? I won't let your treasure be misused. Ishgard is like a second home to me. Thank you, Cassandra. I knew the narwhal would guide a brave protector to our side. Tentaawa sails to an unfamiliar place, but despite his hasty nature, he doubtless spent time gathering information about his new surroundings before planning his next step. If Ishgard is a place like this one, where people gather to drink and talk, he might go there first. Ask for a swordsman with blue hair and attire like mine. I'm sure it won't be long until you find him. Bow. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-bow. All right. So many quests immediately available. It's kind of nice. One of my complaints, if you will, with the role quest system really is just the fact that you have to have, one of each role to do them, like at the right level and everything. And usually I was pretty good about getting all of my classes to the high level before going into the next expansion. That wasn't always true. But I, do have everything at level 90 here. I didn't have everything to level 70 in Shadowbringers. And so it was like, oh good, now I have to freaking get every single roll up. And at least in Shadowbringers there was only 4. And again, at least even now there's only 5. I can't imagine, look at how many classes there are now. There's 21 classes right now? I can't imagine trying to create that many quests. So it is nice that they are able to reduce, by quite a bit. So, the real question is which role quest is the closest? And the hunter and the hunted is the farthest away, all the way in Kugane. In the sting of things was the one that was that is the closest.
So let's head to Limsa. And let's start picking off these these quests here. I gotta remember which one this is, though. It doesn't actually tell me. That's sort of my other complaint. If you don't remember which was which, it can be a little annoying to, actually remember which of the roles you have to be. Especially when you click and it lags. I may be running around as a paladin at the moment, but that's because things are loading in. I guarantee you right now I am a white mage. Granted, the fact that I am running through all of these areas and keeping all of this stuff loaded, and making it keep loading new stuff, does not necessarily help the matter at all. But still. Now I just have to wait for the NPC to load in. But yeah, somewhere in Vilbrand here. I don't know where. It might be... It might be, like, Upper Lenasia here. Because it has all this, like, water. But it also might be Lower Lenasia. But somewhere in one of the Lenasias, they supposedly added an area where you can, like, go underwater. I also wouldn't be surprised if it was here in Eastern, just because, like, of this area. But I've never actually, like, found the place, so I don't know where it is. I'm at Bulbrida. If you're planning to sell your healing services to me and me crew, don't. Me ship ain't setting sail for a short while. Actually, I'm looking for somebody. Eh? Looking for a trolley woman named Loshkana. Hi, she made the crossing with us. Trying to retrieve some sort of treasure, as I recall. I told her Harker's Alley was her best bet for the latest chatter, so you may find her wandering thereabouts. Keep an eye out for a Huron lass in a red tunic carrying a spear on her back. She can't have gone too far. Back to Harker's Alley. I do find it funny, like, clearly the idea is I passed her. Well, maybe not, because it looks like she's down here. So. Do. Lala coming through. Don't step on me, please. Well, I thought it was somebody fishing. I was gonna say, like, oh look, somebody's fishing. But that's not somebody fishing. They are not even fishermen. Neo Kingdom Blade. Neo Kingdom Hood. Neo Kingdom Tunic. Looks like they have the this looks like it's the Vanguard set that he has glamored. But it's all Neo Kingdom gear, whatever that means. Pets. I can give them, but you have to come here, kitty cat. Oh, hello there, stranger. Can I help you? I don't know why I give everybody this accent. What? Nyapine sent you to help, did he? Seeing as I've hit something of a dead end, your timing couldn't be better. I suppose proper introductions are in order, then. I am Loshkana of Dawntrail. And you are? Name's Cassandra Sevilla. I'm a healer. And I'm totally a Lalafell and not a Makote that used the Fantasia that are apparently now canon in the story. Pleasure to meet you, Cassandra. For that, we're strangers no longer. I'm not sure how much of Nyapine... I'm not sure how much Nypine's already told you, but I'll assume you'll want to hear more about the day of the theft. My father and Nyapine had just set a trap using one of the heartstrings toxins and were on their way to return the treasure to its resting place. But an evil presence stirred in the wilds that night. Mechanical dolls with great glowing eyes leapt from the shadows and gravely wounded them both. My father survived the encounter, thankfully, but he was unable to give chase, and convalesces now in my home village. Culprit's faces eluded him in the darkness, but he heard two voices, a man's and a woman's. He recognized neither, so we're certain they aren't from our village. Whoever those two were, they must have been the ones controlling the dolls before making off with the heartstring. Brick Evu said they're part of the Passage of the Unbound, but I'm afraid that's all I know of the culprits. Still, that may change if I can ascertain the cause of the recent blinding incidents that have occurred here. Unfortunately, I haven't had much luck asking around. The thought of addressing even one person here is, well, overwhelming. When you're from a remote village like mine, the few I've attempted to speak to were too busy to even listen in the first place. You, on the other hand, look ready to take on the world, or at least the city. Sorry to ask this of you so soon after we've met, but could you help me gather the latest hearsay at the markets? Many, many thanks. I'll search the quieter districts for clues in the meantime, and hopefully not get myself lost along the way. I imagine this is going to be the majority of the stream, just because I'm doing all 5 of these. Granted, I'm only doing the initial quests of all 5. Though, I guess I'm doing the level 92s of 2 of them. But still, recent chaos in the markets. Told the Yellow Jackets have been thoroughly investigating the matter in cooperation with the Adventurers Guild. If you're in a hurry, there's a Yellow Jacket making her rounds by way of the Fisherman's Guild. She'd be a good one to ask. Alright. Let's go talk to Rose. We haven't talked to this character in a long time. Why, yes, I know about the blinding incidents. I experienced it firsthand. I was rather peckish, so I purchased some fruit from a local stall and took a few bites on my way home. But before I knew it, my vision went dark. I stood there, shaking and crying, terrified of what would happen if the darkness never faded. I thought I was alone until I heard a woman nearby howling with laughter. Fortunately, I didn't suffer for long. A passing adventurer cured my sight with Isuna, and I went about the rest of my day as though nothing happened. But I have been able to look at fruit the same way since. Alrighty. Good grief, though. My thirst knows no bounds. I think it's because earlier I did an almost 4-hour recording. You know, Patreon early, access pre-record. Blinding incidents. I know of them. Served with some bad fruit at a stall in Hawker's Alley. Few bites in and folks suddenly go writhing on the ground like beached sea serpents, claiming they can't see a bloody thing. I don't blame them for raising hells with the shopkeep neither. Poor sods couldn't move an inch until the treatment came and they could see properly. Shopkeep was rightly furious about the whole ordeal. Took it up with the long-time supplier. Escalated into a real spectacle, it did. Turns out the same problem was occurring at other stalls, and with fruit from different suppliers. So it don't make sense to pin the blame on individual sellers if the whole supply chain's tainted. Even now, nobody knows what's causing it. Grim business, I tell you. But your investigation of Harker's Alley has proven successful, but since there's more, seek out the Yellowjack on patrol who may have further information. Right. We can do that. Believe they said they were over by the Fisherman's Guild. So let's head over there. I don't think this drink here that I'm drinking is like helping my dry throat. It is a sports drink, and those generally have a lot of salt and other electrolytes in them. So we'll try something a little different. Eventually, I will convince myself that water is good and healthy and that, I can drink it. But every time I drink water, I spend 30 seconds to a minute. Not kidding either. Not exaggerating. But I spend at least 30 seconds reeling. Because it's so disgusting. I don't know what it is. Water is just terrible. Well, be good. You're Cassandra, aren't you? The Cassandra Sevilla? It's an honor to meet the realm's vaunted hero up close. Is there aught I can assist you with? I hear all sorts on my rounds. So if it's information you're after... Hello! Ivan. Andero Diablo. Just subscribe. Thank you for the subscript. Nearly 2.5 years. Man, I can't believe it's been 2.5 years. Two and a half years since I've reached a freaking affiliate level. And the worst part is, in that 2.5 years since I've reached affiliate level, I have never met the requirements again. So literally that day was the only day I have ever had where I could have met the requirements. I would not have affiliate right now if it had not been for freaking, what was it, Brilliant Diamond, or... It was one of the BDSP. I don't remember if it was Brilliant Diamond or Shining Pearl. But it was one of the two. Literally, if it hadn't been for that, I would not have affiliate right now. And I've been paid once in 2.5 years. Let that sink in for a second. I have been paid by Twitch once in 2.5 years. Because they require me to get $50 before they will pay me anything. It's so ridiculous. Oh yes, the serial blindings. They're causing a terrible ruckus around here. You know, a woman in red came this way a few moments ago to ask about the very same. I take it you two are acquainted? Or working together? Ha, I thought so. As I told her, another incident was reported yesterday morning. The victim brought fruit from a local vendor, took a few bites, and temporarily lost all vision. Same as the rest. The vendor in question was last seen to the south of the octant, so I'm headed there next to follow their trail. You're welcome to join me if it'll help your investigation. This is why I always tell people to go to Patreon first if they really want to, you know, donate and like help out the channel. I mean, obviously if you're subscribing with like a Prime sub and thus it doesn't cost you anything, then great, you know, no problem with that. It just, it sucks, is what it is. It sucks. So, I also really need to get, like, a subscriber, like, badge. I just don't have any ideas for one. If anybody has any ideas, let me know. He's paralyzed. We've got to do something. But I've no talent for healing magics. I don't have any spine drops on me either. Perhaps Isuna might do the trick. That's not Isuna. Nor is that. I am hitting all... I was hitting all of the wrong buttons. I'm healed? I'm healed! Oh, thank the 12. And you lot, of course. Excellent work, Cassandra. On behalf of the Yellow Jackets, I owe you my thanks as well. Now, I hate to ruin the mood, but I'll need to report this to my superiors. Could you tell us what transpired here before we found you, sir? It was awful. Just awful, I tell you. I was walking home after another arduous day at work, minding my own business, when a Lalafell merchant suddenly called out to me. You, my good man, look exhausted, he said. Why not soothe your weary spirit and fill your empty belly with one of the realm's sweetest apples? You've earned it. Nay, you deserve it. 'Twas a tempting sales pitch, but I wasn't keen to gamble on potentially cursed fruit. Seeing my apprehension, he proudly declared his merchandise safe to eat. He sounded sincere enough. Even took a bite of the apple himself. No tainted fruit here, he boasted. Just normal, honest-to-God's produce. He sold me the apple at a reasonable discount and all seemed well. And the very same apple had a bite, the very same apple that had a bite in it. Apparently. That is, until I took my first bite, and numbness spread through my body like wildfire. I collapsed to the ground, struggling to speak a single word.
The vendor and his fruit had suddenly betrayed me, and I knew not how. As I fell, a woman's shrill laughter echoed from a few malms away, and the vendor soon followed. Never saw the woman for myself, what with the whole not being able to move business, but between her laughing fits, she made mention of a heartstring or some such. Oh, you poor dear. And this woman you mentioned, you're positive she spoke the word heartstring? Surely as the wind blows. For mercy, neither she nor her vendor friend tried to steal my belongings. For they've certainly stolen my dignity. Hope these conniving charlatans get what's coming to them. This is dangerous fruit we're dealing with. First blindness, now paralysis. But first things first, I should escort this man home. If you've a mind to pursue the perpetrators further, then have care out there, all right? I guess this means it's time to start leveling Sage. So I can eventually hit that level 92 that I need to complete the quest line. Or to do the next, part, rather. There's no doubt about it, then. Our thieves are at large, right here in Limsa Laminsa. The blinding toxin is simple enough to master, but it's unsettling how quickly they've learned to inflict paralysis as well. I just don't see what purpose this all serves. Were you able to learn anything of their motives? So they take pleasure in their victim's pain, but nothing more, at least nothing more than we know of. Whatever their true aim may be, we must discover it quickly, before more victims suffer at their hands. A hunter must adapt to their environment if they wish to share their prey. But I have so much to learn about this place. Still, I've tracked them this far, which is a good start. For the time being, I'd like to petition those officers in yellow for any new information they acquire on the heartstrings' whereabouts. When we come across any promising leads, I hope I can count on your support again. Whee! Alright. Well, that is the beginning of the healer quest line. Our next quest line would be the Narwhal Beckons in Ishgard. It's the next down the line here, so. That's interesting. So, a couple days ago, a couple of streams ago, rather, I spent some time looking over the, where is the Narwhal Beckons? I have no idea where it is. Which one is the Narwhal? Apparently it's Paladin. Okay. Right. Over by the Forgotten Knight. I should have guessed that. So a couple of streams ago, I looked over the user list for the stream just after I had finished streaming.
And I took note of some people. I took note of the people that I was seeing in the list, basically. And I came back the next stream and opened the user list before the stream and noted that there was nobody in the user list. So I was like, okay, so the people that are filling my user list and everything are like, they are coming to the stream. They just don't have the stream like on view. What they were doing was most likely opening up streams and then going in and just like muting Twitch and like doing that so that they're in like people's chat lists, but they're not actually like counting as viewers and things. And so at the end of that stream, I looked and I noticed several of the names that I had seen previously that I knew had been coming back and coming back and coming back, because even though I wasn't paying attention like I was initially, I recognized some of the names of the users. And so I went through and like banned like 5 or 6 of the, like, very clearly this person is like botting people. And maybe today it's just a matter of I'm streaming so late that the bots didn't come in. But my user list is clean.
Clean. It's clean.
As Aaron from Game Grumps would say. Like, the only people in the user list right now are people who are here. Scarix and Rin. So,
Cassandra, what will it be?
yeah, I'm looking for a person hot from the Western continent. I can't be going around gossiping about the coming and goings of my customers, though, can I? There's a quick way to an empty tavern. But I suppose, since you're you, I can make an exception just this once. A lad much like the one you described walked to my door not long ago. Was asking anyone whose ear he could bend about some stolen narwhal or some such he was after. Usually you buy someone a drink before interrogating them, but not him. Nobody knew what he was going on about, but he was determined. Asked where else in Ishgard people might gather to flap their lips. So I told him to head to the Jeweled Crozier. If you leave now, I reckon he'll still be there. You'll know him when you see him. Trust me. To the Jeweled Crozier. They're always in the markets. They're always in the markets. Like, that should just always be the first place I check. They're just always in the markets. Makes sense. It really do.
Get away from me, you freak. Bunch of useless. By the narwhal's horn, you think manners keep people warm for how desperately these people cling to them. And here I'm trying to rid their city of a thief. Narwhal? Yes, seems you know about me, but I don't think I've ever seen you before. I'd remember. I came to help you with the narwhal. Loazanique sent you. Sure, that's definitely what I said. Even across oceans, he can sense when I'm in trouble. Well, I won't deny a helping hand, especially one with her blessing. I'm having no luck getting information from these people. Seems there are unwritten rules regarding favors that no one's bothered to tell me. And that's my computer, by the way. Just trying to get something to work that's freaking broken. That's just not working right now. I know the thief traveled here, but that's where the trail runs cold. Thought it'd only be a matter of time until they use the cradle to commit some misdeed or another. But seems nothing is amiss within or without Ishgard's walls. I only have a description to go on, although it's availed me nothing so far. A woman of a race known in this land as Ilazan. She has striking red hair and the eyes the color of rust. A scar dominates her forehead, and a mole rests upon her lips. She came to my village posing as a scholar with an interest in the cradle. Although she gave us a name, I know now it was a lie, just like everything else that spewed from her mouth. The bounty of meat, vegetables, and fruits she offered was worth its weight in gold to us. And after the cold snap we suffered last year, we couldn't afford to turn her away. But looking back, I realized how brazen her deception was. Although she wore the robes of a scholar, she moved with the poise of a predator, and marked her as a fearsome warrior the moment I laid eyes upon her. Of course, she wouldn't have been able to travel so far north on her own if she was unseasoned, so I thought nothing of it at the time. It was my first misstep of many. That's all I know. It's not much, but if you see even the smallest scrap of a clue in there, it'd be a damn sight better than what I currently have. Few scholars study in Ishgard without passing through the Astrologicum. If she feels even an ounce of guilt, she would seek penance at St. Ramon's Cathedral. Skilled sword would be known among the knights of the congregation. I see your point, but a guise as a scholar was only meant to win our trust. I doubt she's a woman of learning. That's true. Yeah, because he mentioned that she was a warrior, so I didn't think about that. Knights, was it? Suppose that's what you call these deadly-looking fellows clad in steel. Yes, you may be onto something there, but where would we find one willing to speak? In a congregation of her heavenly knights most holy, or whatever it's called. At their barracks, near the tavern. I know the way. I'll meet you there. Whatever the frick it's called. The congregation of our knights most heavenly. I almost had it right. I think I said congregation of her knights most heavenly. So I was one word off.
gotta say, though, like, the ability to pass on all of, like, your exhaustion onto another person, and thus just allowing you to never have to sleep ever again, that would be awesome. I mean, it would suck for the other person, obviously. You know? Because, like, all of a sudden, now they're freaking exhausted. I guess it also depends on how it works. Because if you could pass on just, like, an hour's worth of exhaustion per person, or even, like, half an hour's worth of exhaustion per person, you could have, like, you could be at that point where you need to fall asleep, and then just, like, be walking through a crowd and go, boom. Disperse your 8 hours of exhaustion, you know, your 8 hours that you need to sleep, and just distribute that to, like, 16 people. And then they're barely even affected, and you're perfectly fine, you know? Heck, if you're in the middle of a crowd that has enough people, like, divvy it up even more, you know? There's 32 people around me, okay? Everybody gets 15 seconds, you know, or 15 minutes. Like, bam. Nobody's actually affected by that. They might be like, huh, I'm a little tired, a little early. But, like, nobody would be really affected by it. No one would actually really be affected by, you know, if you're distributing it in small enough amounts, you know. It's like, okay, you've been up for a few hours. You're at the point where you would need an hour's worth of sleep. So you just distribute 5 minutes out to everybody around you, you know. There you go. You've just freaking cured your hour, and they're basically not even affected by it. That would be an amazing ability, because I hate sleeping. It sucks. Like, seriously. Like, imagine just walking through, like, a Walmart. You know, because it's like 100 people in a Walmart, right? As it's like, you're walking through a Walmart, you're a little tired, you're just like, okay, here's 5 minutes to this person that I just walked by, here's 5 minutes to that person that I just walked by. You just give it out in 5-minute bundles, you know, in 5-minute, like, increments. And you slowly feel better over time. You know, over the course of however long this takes. You know, you're just doing your shopping for the day, you know, for the week or whatever. Not day. I swear I have, like, time dyslexia or something. I don't know what it is. But you just, like, you just walk through a Walmart. And it's like, okay, 5 minutes here, 5 minutes there. And then, like, you're perfectly fine by the time you leave. And nobody is the wiser because they got 5 minutes of extra tiredness. You know? Like, that's not even really going to matter in the end. That would be the best ability. It really would. Hi, Mr. Sevilla. What brings you to the congregation? This passage of the Unbound is not a name I have heard before. If one of their number has brought an artifact of great power to Ishgard, we would be ill-advised to suffer their presence. We shall act on this information at once. If there is aught that would threaten the peace, then it is our duty to root it out. Consider the knights of the congregation at your disposal. Thank you for hearing us out, truly. Now, does anything about the description we shared ring a bell? A lozenge woman with red hair and eyes the color of rust.
Wait! Said she bore a scar on her forehead, yes? And a mole? No, it could not be. You know who she is? Well, such information is usually privy only to those within our order. Pray understand my hesitation. What? Weren't you listening to anything we told you? It's too dangerous to be left alone. This isn't the time for secrecy. I know I'm a stranger in your city, but I can't stand by while innocent lives might be at risk. If you can't trust Tantawa, Tentawa, then trust me. You're right, of course. If the hero who ended the Dragon Song War is not worthy of our trust, then who is? Very well. I am just aiming the air conditioner slightly more towards me because holy frick, it is hot in here, which is hilarious because up until now I've had the air conditioner like running on low and like barely doing anything, and then just like, I swear it gets hot in here during the night for some reason. Like, it gets so hot during the night, and I don't know why. It's ridiculous. A major event for the 30th anniversary of Mother 2 / Earthbound will be announced tomorrow. Well, today, because it's the 12th. Series has various plans, such as the 30th anniversary live concert and the commercialization of Inochi no Udon. However, it was previously announced at the end of June that this is not a new sequel or remake. Ooh. Definitely curious about that. Master Tentawa, pray accept my apologies. Although you may not be its guardian, your desire to keep its people safe is plain to see. We shall place our trust in you, as Mistress Sevilla has. I'm glad we can see eye to eye. Now then, what do you know of this thief? Your description called back some old memories. Memories of a knight named Leofin. Merely recalling her story makes me ill at ease, for the mark she left upon our honorable order was black as pitch. None know of her whereabouts since she was expelled from the congregation. I thought living with the shame of her deeds would be punishment enough, but if she now consorts with villains that threaten the very foundation of order, then 'tis clear we can suffer her freedom no longer. Shall inform my superiors of this development, and suggest that the congregation does all in its power to track down Leofin and place her in custody. If we learn aught of value, I promise to share it with you at once. Really? That's more than we could have asked. I suppose we ought to consider what to do in the meantime. Care to join me over there, Cassandra? And break. End of level 90 quest. On, time to break before level 92 quest. So we have a name, Leofin, a former knight of Ishgard. That means she knows how to hide herself in the city well. Grasping about at straws won't get us anywhere. The heck just fell? I saw it out of the corner of my eye. I saw something fall off of my laptop.
but I don't know what it was. My own unfamiliarity does little to help our chances. We may have no choice but to wait until the knights discover a lead. Nevertheless, I tend to spend every waking moment learning more about the city and its workings. As for you, I only ask that you be ready to move at a moment's notice. Until then, be well. Alright. So, I mean, I'm not high enough level, but that's fine. This little minion over here. Oh. He just ran off. That freaking minion over there looks kinda awesome. And I'm a little curious about where... Like, clearly it's from, like, the new stuff, right? I just don't know where. You know? I want them looking at... I don't think he's being affected, but this is fine. Just in case I don't have a good thumbnail, just because I'm doing all of these, like, side quests here. You know? So... let's go to Ralga's Reach to steal a steel hog, which, if I recall correctly, is ranged DPS. Something about the idea of piercing weapons from, like, bows and stuff. So I would say Dancer is more slashing than it is piercing, because it's the chakram. I feel like, you know, you're throwing these things that go slash, slash. So, yes, I met the mimosa girl you're after. She's looking for a tall, thin man. Some sort of thief, apparently. Sounded a bit like the leader of a gang of bandits that lurks around Virjala. I told her as much. Chances are that's where she's headed. Hope she stays out of trouble. I mean... do I need to talk to the other two? That sounds like I know exactly where I need to go. Mimosa, you say? As it happened, she came over while I was cleaning the cannons. Showed me an empty Eric bottle. Said she was looking for the bloke it had belonged to. Thing is, the brand's found all over Alamigo, so I wasn't able to help narrow down her search. But seriously, though, like, do I really need to talk to these people when that person told me literally everything? Yes, I saw Mimosa on my patrols, but it carried an enormous axe. Not at all like the person you describe. So, search for Kretolja in, looks like it's over by the Peering Stones here. Virjala. After getting used to Linux Mint as a daily driver, I just blew away the Windows 10 and Windows 11 installs on my system. Ooh. I take it that you like the Linux then. I've never looked into like other like operating systems, partially because I don't know how much support there are for them. So like, can you still play FF14 on a Linux, you know?
Here, let me apply some of this ointment. It's a common remedy where I come from. Hmm? Oh, are you here to lend a hand? This poor soul was attacked by highwaymen, and I could use help tending to his wounds. Don't worry about me, it's my escort who's in trouble. He's in pursuit of the thieves. I fear he's bitten off more than he can chew. Please, will you aid him?
Sure.
Whee!
Steam applies Proton to run the game. Ugh. That's unfortunate. Because as annoying as it is,
You thieving bastards!
the Steam install of FF14 is a completely different install. Like, I would have to buy FF14 all over again in order to use it through Steam. I kind of hate it. But that was one of the reasons why I'm not using Steam, is because my Steam account was already linked to an FF14 account. So I couldn't get the free trial because that one had already been paid for. You can link your FF14 account to Steam? Okay. I thought you had to buy a separate like license. So I mean, not like it really matters that much, just because I don't think I'll be like going out and immediately trying to apply Linux or anything. But still,
What? But how? Behold! Ugh! The Gua! Nothing like a bit of divine intervention to tip the scales in my favor. With this artifact in my hands, I'm invincible.
so I mean, this is interesting because the other two quest lines, we haven't even like gotten a chance to see the dude, you know? Also, I don't remember which voice I gave this guy last time.
Another one, eh? Not that it matters. Kukuza! It's time you earned your coin. Meh, whatever. I appreciate the assistance, but it wasn't joking about divine intervention. Some strange force pushed me away. I can't even get near them. The Steelhog vessel! Return it at once! And the stolen goods! Oh, you followed me all the way here from your backwater village. Alas, your journey has been for naught. The vessel is mine. I, Saltophyte. Saltophyte? Hi, Saltophyte. Will make better use of the artifact than you and your ilk ever could. By the might bestowed upon me, I will become savior to the oppressed and destitute. In light of my grand ambitions, the vessel's power would be wasted on the likes of you. If you cannot hunt without it, might I suggest a change of diet? I hear the acorns are delicious at this time of year. Damn it all. I was so close. But now is not the time for regrets. These two are in need of a healer. I'll see them safely to Ralgar's reach. Would you mind meeting us there? Once their injuries have been treated, we'd better tell the resistant soldiers what happened. Of course. But, like, why don't we ever just travel with them directly? It's always like, I know we're going to the exact same place, but, do we, like, meet up there, you know, whenever? And then it shows us, like, leaving with them in the cutscene. It's just like, why not just take me there? That said, I will note that for those who like to come watch the D&D stream, there won't be a stream on Sunday because I didn't expect to be able to stream on Sunday. And so I had already told my group that we were off for this week. They would probably be able to work things out, but I'm not going to worry about that. It gives me an extra week to work on this campaign that I'm working on. So well, I'm glad we made it to safety without any more trouble. Those bandits wouldn't dare step foot in this place. Ah, how rude of me. I never asked your name, or how you chanced to cross us for that matter. I'm Cassandra. I've come to help. You came all the way from Tulialal at my grandfather's behest? I can't tell you how grateful I am. As for the highwaymen, they possess the Steelhog vessel, a treasure from my village. Not only does it grant protection from harm, it also produces a potent blast when the barrier is dispelled. As long as our enemies have the vessel, attacks at close quarters will be extremely risky. Although, as we say in my village, cracks form in even the mightiest of shields. Knowing this, we are careful not to rely too heavily on its power. But now that the Steelhog vessel has been stolen, the self-same power is being turned against innocent people such as yourselves. I only hope you can forgive me for allowing this to happen. There's nothing to forgive. If anything, we should thank you for coming to our aid. That Saltophyte. Salt. I can't think of any other way that it would be pronounced. Saltophyte. That Saltophyte and his lackeys have a lot to answer for. Indeed, if we give the resistance our testimonies, and with any luck the information will go some way to clapping those bandits in iron. I'll go with you. The soldiers here need to be warned about the vessel. No. Leave that to us. We'll relay what you've told us, word for word. After all, you need to move quickly to have any chance of getting your artifact back. When you catch those robbers, give them one from me. But, she has to level up another 2 levels before I can continue. Well, alright then. How about you, Cassandra? I hope I can count on you to be there for whatever else comes next. Of course. Just let me level up 2 more levels. Ha! I knew it, since you're eager to get started. But I need to plan our next move. Bandits aren't known for being found easily. I was surprised to see a fellow Mimosa among them. I can't imagine why that Kakulza would work for Sultafite of all people. I do find that funny though. They're like, no, you need to do this quickly. So, we'll go tell them about what's going on. And it's like, but, and I can't continue the quest. I'm not high enough level. So so it was wasted. You going off and, doing the thing for us is wasted. Off to Radzahan. So which one was this? Was this Black Mage? Yes. Black Mage and Viper should be the ones that I have left. Or, I should say, physical DPS and magic DPS. Should be the ones that I have left. At this point. So, Black Mage time. Terali Swordswoman. Hey! Easiest person to find yet. Excuse me. Were you looking for me? Whatsoever for? Come to help you. Cassandra? You say my mother sent you? I take it she's already explained the details, such as how we know next to nothing of the treasure and its capabilities. We have only the legends passed down to our forebears to go on. They spoke of a Terrell Vidrail of an owl that once terrorized the forests, whose soul is sealed within the perch of the apex. Tales have only become more vague as the mists of time obscure the treasure's origin. Even our village's eldest remembers naught but an ominous warning uttered by those who once wielded its magic. A master of the apex shall be showered with good fortune, yet leave only sorrow in their wake. It's clear that despite owing their safety to the apex's power, our forebears viewed it as something to be feared. It must be truly immense. Now, on to the matter of the thief. Even during our brief acquaintance, he made plain his desire to bring change to Radzahan. Naturally, I've started my search here, and have been seeking anyone who expressed dissatisfaction with the status quo. Sure enough, I soon heard stories of a recent arrival, a self-styled savior of Radzahan, who proclaims that he will lead the city to greatness, and calls himself the Justiciar. He's apparently taken on the burden of personally exterminating the beasts which infest Thevnir's wilds. He made a great show of claiming he alone is equal to the task. Well, he certainly draws a crowd with his boasting, They only watch with morbid curiosity as he sets off into the jungles alone. I've realized this could have nothing to do with our problem, but even the smallest lead must be pursued. I've heard he often gives his speeches at the region's smaller settlements. So, shall we go to see this justiciar for ourselves? It's decided. I hear Yedlamed would be a good place to start. Hopefully there we can find our next crumb of a clue. Yedlamed! Yedlamed. I had to think about that for a second. Sorry. Really getting some mucus built up there. Sandra, we're in luck. This boy saw the very man we seek. Seems he gave some grand speech about saving the people, claiming the danger lurked nearby before venturing forth to combat it alone. Yet the radiant host could not well stand idle if there truly were beasts afoot. So one of them followed him. All we need to do is pick up their trail. He ran towards the shroud, but you might be able to spot him from Kajaya's footsteps. You can see the whole forest from there. Thanks. You've been very helpful. So, Cassandra, let's head there and see what we can see. But wait! You don't know the way! That's, Aristocats, actually. In case anybody wondered. That was from Aristocats. Very old Disney movie. I wouldn't be surprised if most people have no idea what the frick that movie is. But it's one of my favorite old-time movies. Like, seriously, what? I suppose I've never come up here to this, like, exact spot. I would never have even thought to look freaking up there for a lookout point. Now then, let's begin our search. So we've never actually seen the Justiciar. It's just we find the Radiant Host soldier first. They do all wear similar armor after all. Search your surroundings for the Radiant Host. Okay? Oh, there's something there, for sure. Fallen Funguar! Whatever that is, it isn't moving anymore. Could it be one of the fiends the Justiciar is after? Oh, hey! There's the guy. That must be him. But what happened? Better get down there quickly. He dead. He dead. Not to worry, Cassandra. He's unconscious, but otherwise appears unharmed. You sure about that? He looked like he dead. Just saying. Long as the Funguar is dead and not just unconscious, though.
Rock, rock. What happened? Hey, he really is just unconscious. Great. Rocks. I heard you came here in pursuit of the Justiciar. Do you remember anything? Yes. I eventually found him. He was confronting that fiend that now lies dead. Oh, there he is. We actually get to see this guy too.
At last, the Justiciar graces Rondaton. I shall bring unending peace to this belligerent land.
Because, you know, he has a helmet on that covers his whole face.
You are brave to follow in my path. Few indeed possess the mettle to even consider the terrors which threaten our home, let alone stand against them.
It's a Fungwar.
Yet, though courageous you may be, you are far too weak to fell a beast so mighty. Quit this place with your life while you are yet able.
But it's a Fungwar. I am of the Radiant Host. If I ran from such meager prey, I would become a laughingstock.
How bold, to look death in the eye without flinching. I doubt not your conviction to defend Rondaton, yet I believe it pales before mine.
The frick are you saying, dude?
O Apex, bestow upon me your divine might.
Is it gonna drop 2 rocks?
Do you not heed my call? I require your power more than ever.
Is something supposed to happen?
Why? Am I yet unworthy? Or mayhap there's a button I must press?
Yeah, he's not the most intelligent person in the group, is he?
This is not what I expected.
Stand aside, I'll dispose of this pest.
Just give me a moment. Cannot end like this. I won't be made a fool. Come on, you moldy trinket, work! Transform me into the hero of Rondaton.
Bonk! Okay, yep, it dropped rocks. That's exactly what happened. It dropped rocks. He brandished that idol and became wreathed in a mysterious light. Then boulders started falling from the sky. Whoops. Accidental click. I recall only faintly, but I think I heard the man mumbling, quite excitedly, as if he had come upon a sudden revelation, as if he was overtaken by madness. So boulder smacks the fungal, knocks it back. Second boulder smacks the fungal, knocks it back. Third boulder smacks the Radiant host. Seems he got away unscathed. Either he had an incredible stroke of luck, or whatever he was beseeching to actually answered. As I suspected, the Justiciar is the selfsame thief who stole the perch of the Apex. But no doubt he's long departed from here. First I'll escort this fellow back to Yedlamed and keep a close eye on him. Head wounds can have dreadful after effects. It's interesting because it really is the only one that we don't know about. Like, we don't know what it does. All we know is that rocks fell. I wonder if it's a luck thing. That great fortune will come to the one wielding it. But, like, great disaster will come to basically everybody else, right? So, what if the idea is that it, like, manipulates luck? And so, literally, he legitimately got lucky with the totem. Like, he legitimately got lucky. And rocks fell, everybody died. Except for him, because of course, he was lucky enough to not be in the way. Oh my gosh, if it really is a luck talisman, that would be amazing. I love when they do that in stories. Soldier made his way to Radahan to make a formal report. And what an odd report it will be. I love when they do luck-based. You know, this person has, because of thing, this person just has, like, perfect luck. Everything always goes right for them. Because it's usually followed by another character who doesn't have, like, who either doesn't believe in the luck or, you know, something else. And because the one person is getting all of the luck, the other person is now getting none of the luck. Or you could say is getting the negative luck, you know? I love when stories do that, dude. His accounts seem to align with legends of the treasure's power. The wielder escaped unharmed and brought ruin to those around him. Could those falling rocks have been a freak accident? I'm not so sure. You won't believe it! He came back! The Huron boy. Hiccups all of a sudden. Who came back? The Justiciar? Yes, not long after you left. He said he beat up a monster that knocked out a Radiant, and he was laughing his head off. Did he really do that? Is he really stronger than the Radiants? You want me to answer this question? Whatever he did, the monster was slain, I suppose. Maybe he isn't, maybe he isn't. Or maybe he is, maybe he isn't. Whatever he did, the monster was slain, I suppose. Well, my mate can't stop talking about him. He wants to be just like the Justiciar. His mom and dad weren't happy about that, though. I'd advise you and your friend to look for a different role model, but we thank you for telling us what happened. By the way, just as a fun little aside, Saturday, that is July 13th, I have another Patreon first pre-record coming out. So, if that interests you, it is for $5 and up, or you just wait. What it comes out literally exactly 1 week later. Like, I upload them to both Patreon and YouTube, and I just set I set the release dates to the same spot, and then I tell Patreon, release this 1 week early for, paying people. So, well, there is one less fiend skulking about, I suppose. He may have been simply testing the treasure's capability. As far as we know, he's yet to use his power to evil ends. There's going to be a big twist in all of this. I know it. I don't know what that twist is, but there's going to be a big twist to all of this somehow. Find his motivations a mystery. Steal the perch of the apex by force, only to come here to Thavnair and use it for good? That makes no sense. You've heard tell of this passage of the Unbound, yes? Many have ventured to Tulialal, claiming to be their victims. Yet, here they would be saviors? If he had such noble goals, then why did he stoop to such devious deception? What could he be plotting? But that's neither here nor there. He stole from my people, and that misdeed can't be forgiven. The perch of the apex helped us win peace. By its might, our forebears built the foundation of the lives we now lead. Till recently it stood silent, symbol of our pride as a people, and reminded us that we carved out a home within that inhospitable wilderness. Being trusted with its protection is a great honor. I was so proud of my father when the elders chose him, so proud to be his daughter. Yet, since that day it was stolen, some of the other village made their disdain towards him only too clear. I couldn't bear it. And that's why I must get it back, to restore my village's pride and my father's reputation. There's still so much we don't know about the Justiciar, but we have to assume he's learned to wield the Apex's power. I can't say whether those falling rocks have anything to do with it, but I won't discount it outright. I'll continue looking into his whereabouts. While we still have so many questions, with both of us working together, we'll find answers soon enough. And the nice thing is, my Black Mage is level 92. So, this is the first one that we can just immediately continue. At least one quest, anyway. A Brand of Justice. Tapiki wears a troubled expression. Ah, Cassandra. I'm afraid there have been some developments that are less than encouraging. News of the Justiciar's actions have spread throughout the city, and with each retelling of his deeds become more valorous. The younger citizens in particular seem to view him as something of an idol. Despite the creatures he hunts posing no real danger, he would paint them as mighty beasts in need of felling. Of course, the Radiant hosts are far too busy to trouble themselves culling every pest that casts a sideways glance at the city's gates. Yet the Justiciar has twisted circumstances to his advantage. He proclaims to anyone who will listen that the Radiant hosts shrink with terror before these beasts, and that he's the only one who can eradicate them. Though you might expect such claims to be dismissed as wild ramblings, it seems no few people have fallen to his ploy. The whispers of his exploits among the youth have practically grown into a clamor. Yet we mustn't be discouraged, for his increasing fame only makes it easier for us to sniff out his trail.
And where better than to start than Radahan? I'll see you there, Cassandra. On the way. But yeah, I think I will do all of these on stream. Just because I'm thinking I did that with Endwalker, where I did all of them on stream, or on recording rather. But I don't remember fully. So, but I'm definitely going to do all of these on stream. I will work on, leveling at least one of each role to 92. And then, we'll do all the 92s. And then when I get to level 94 in the story, we'll turn around and we'll do all the level 94s and, so on and so forth. Given how large the city is, let's split up to cover more ground. I already have a destination in mind, the High Crucible. I hear the alchemists there can concoct all manner of tinctures and powders, including those which help in detecting traces of energies left behind by magics and enchanted tools. That was a really hard sentence for me to say, and I don't know why. Fallen rocks have invariably marked locations where the Justiciar has performed one of his feats, and I believe an alchemist mixture can help us determine if their presence is the work of the treasure. I'm hardly an expert in such concoctions, though, so I'll seek advice at the High Crucible. While I'm doing that, I would ask that you go to the Hall of the Radiant Host. See if they have any new information on just this year's whereabouts. Does that plan sound agreeable to you? Sure. Great. Now that we both have our tasks, let's get to them. I'll meet you back here once my business is done. To the Radiant Host. Which I believe is an Ethernet spot. Yes. Oh yeah! I totally forgot about these guys. The friggin' sullen-eyed void scent. This was a great storyline.
I'll be on my best behavior until I forge the pact. It's nothing short of a dream come true to me in this world, and I'll do whatever is required to remain.
With regards to communication, as the creature appears to understand our words, I believe I shall begin by teaching it letters. With some effort, I'm confident we'll be conversing ere long. I'm tired of hearing about this Justiciar. His popularity among the city's younglings is quickly becoming a cause for concern. Try as we might to refute his claims that the Radiant Host are allowing monstrous beasts to run amok unchecked, you know how young minds are. Impressionable. And difficult to chance once set. We initially disregarded him as a boastful eccentric. His alarming sway over the populace can no longer be ignored. We're at present considering whether to open a formal investigation into his activities. You and this ally of yours have done well in your search thus far. You even have a working theory about the falling stones. Quite impressive. Several of our number have encountered him during their patrols, only to lose sight of him under a hail of rocks. Such incidents have become all too frequent. Many in our ranks demand we act. For now, I'm afraid this is all the help I can offer. Please share what I've told you with your companion. Together we may yet unmask the Justiciar. Alrighty. Who is the Justiciar? The answer
well, we probably aren't going to find it out anytime soon. That'll probably come up in like the level 98 or the level 100 quest line. So yeah, I went to the High Crucible of Alchemia. But actually, that's not where I need to go. That said, I did get every relic weapon from the Manderville quest lines, so I have every Mandervillius. It's heartening to know the Radiant hosts are taking this seriously. Thank you for speaking with them, Cassandra. I have good tidings. I have good tidings as well. I explained the situation to the alchemists, and they provided a powder that should help detect traces of magic in the surrounding environment. I say help because the powder reacts only faintly on its own. To function properly, it requires the skills of one practiced in the arcane arts. Luckily, I have you. I've committed the locations of all sightings of the Justicia to memory. The closest to us was at the Perfumed Rise. Let's hope this powder works as intended. Alrighty. So, over here by the Great Work. Got it. Tapiki! The Justicia was sighted near here. I didn't see any other conspicuous stones around, so I sprinkled the powder over this one. Now, concentrate your focus, or inner eye, or whatever it is that's the locus of your power, and see if you can't detect any unnatural forces. So, were you able to detect anything? So the very fact that it's dropping rocks, unfortunately, I think that kind of breaks the idea that it's luck-based. Just because I would imagine a luck-based object would cause random things to happen that cause, like good things. We'll see. I knew you could do it. So, because there are no crystals in the rock, the energy you detected must be the remnants of some kind of spell, is that right? And taking the story of the Radiant we rescued previously into account, we can conclude that the Justicia used the treasure to call those stones down from the sky. At least we now have an inkling of its true nature. Even so, not every question has been answered.
Radiant told us that even as the Justiciar stood before the creature, seemed to have trouble calling forth the Apex's power at first. My father once said that the perch of the Apex is much like the wand he used to weave his magics. Of course, the main difference between them is the unique nature of the essence stored within the treasure. I know little of such arcane instruments, but you must be quite familiar with them. How do you use yours? I channel ether into it. I perform incantations. I rely on sheer willpower. I see. Even with the right instrument, spellcasting requires the use of specific techniques. The Justiciar seemed to lack any such expertise. So how did he tap into the treasure's power? I suppose the perch of the Apex possesses some unique method of activation. When I spoke to the representatives of the other tribes about their treasures, no one mentioned special techniques being required. Not that the relic should have much in common to begin with. Other than all of them looking like totems. You two, did you see an Ori girl pass through here by herself? I'm afraid not. What happened? Wait, I recognize you both. The hero of the final days, and our recent savior from Tyrol. Apologies for the imposition, but may I beg your assistance? It's all that Judiciary's fault. The girl said she was off to join that fool's crusade, and ran out of Yedlamed before anyone could stop her. Her mother begged us to find her, but if she's following the Justiciar, he could be anywhere. You see, he's been sighted at locations scattered all over Thavnair. We can't stand here looking at rocks while a girl is in danger, especially if the Justiciar is involved. We have to help. I cannot say that word, dude. I don't know why. That'd be much appreciated. We're searching places where the Justiciar has been spotted before, so perhaps you could start where he hasn't been seen? Good idea. As far as I know, he hasn't been sighted at the northern shores. Come on, Cassandra. Northern shores. As in where the Tower of Zot was, or as in, like, Vanaspati? Looks like by the Tower of Zot. We're not going into any kind of duty. At least not immediately. So, by northern shores, they mean all the way over here. Even though technically Thavnair does continue onward that way for quite some time, they do mean this part of the northern shores. Whee! Over here. Oh, hi. Well, time to show off the new freaking Black Mage stuff. Which isn't much other than the whole, like, you know, instant cast paradox and instant cast thunders. Those are the best, dude. They basically fixed everything that I was complaining about with Black Mage in Endwalker. Like, legitimately. At least for level 90.
So we'll see when we get to a level 100. And unfortunately, I do have to now say that at the moment, level 90 has become my favorite level for Black Mage. Unfortunately. Because the thing that was holding level 90 Black Mage back from being awesome was Paradox. And they fixed Paradox. So, I really can't complain. It used to be that my favorite level for Black Mage was level 80. Because you got all of your abilities except Paradox. And then I just hated level 90 Black Mage because of Paradox. Unfortunately, I now have to say I enjoy it because Paradox is fixed. I heard fighting, so I came as fast as I could. It's a good thing you arrived in time to save the girl. Thank you, miss. Thank you. Glad you're safe, but your mother must be worried sick. Shouldn't wander off like that, especially not to look for a trickster like the Justiciar. What? You mean he's a bad man? Yes, exactly. He stole an important treasure from my village. Now he's using it to make himself look brave. But he needs it to kill the monsters, to protect us. That's no excuse for stealing. He might have fooled you younglings, but the Radiant Host knows what he's up to. But he said he'd save us from the monsters. He's our hero. Radiant said we shouldn't be scared, but we all know the Justiciar is the one who keeps us safe. We don't need the Radiance anymore. They'd be very upset to hear you say that. No hero can save the world alone. Look at me. Sometimes I take 7 other people with me. Sometimes I take 23 other people with me. I'm sorry, I shouldn't say bad things about the Radiants. They protected everyone in the final days. I guess I forgot how much they cared about us. I'm sorry too. Shouldn't have spoken to you like that after all you've been through. Said that Justiciar is a thief and a trickster, but I hope it's not true. He's my hero. Well, I'd better escort her back to Yedlamed. I'll meet you there later, Cassandra. So what the heck is the power of this freaking totem? Like, good gravy, dude. What the frick? I feel like the answer is there. And like, I should be able to like know it. But I don't. My Stream Deck crashed. I can't use the ban button that I have on my Stream Deck. So, bye-bye. Because, like I said, the Stream Deck crashed again. I hate this stupid computer. And it's not the Stream Deck's fault, by the way. I just want to make that clear. Like, the issue that I'm having has nothing to do with the Stream Deck. The Stream Deck works amazing. My stupid computer can't run Bubkiss. Like, I hate it so much. The girl and her mother are reunited. I think we can both give ourselves a pat on the back. They're on their way now to inform the Radiant Host that all is well. I would like to apologize for before.
I let my emotions get the better of me and harangued the poor girl when she was hardly to blame for anything. That's a word I've, never seen before. Harangued? I'll look that up. Except that my freaking computer can't run anything. So I have to do it on my freaking phone, which can barely also run anything. Harangued. Harangue. A lengthy and aggressive speech. To harangue is to lecture at length in an aggressive and critical manner. Huh. You could also say to rant at. Wow, then I must harangue a lot of people. Because I rant a lot in a long-winded, aggressive manner. A lot. Let's see. Oh yeah, I really should have been scolding myself. I missed that line, but I got the rest of it because I got stuck on harangue. First time I've ever seen that word. Sandra, there's something I neglected to tell you before. The man who now calls himself the Justiciar came to us in the guise of a worldly merchant. He was eager to ask about the perch of the apex and its history, and I was equally eager to tell him, not even considering what he might do with the information. I was so proud of my father for being appointed as his guardian. Suppose I was trying to impress the stranger out of sheer vanity. The vanity led to my father being attacked, and the treasure being stolen from under our nose. I have no choice but to make amends for my mistake and bring it back. Yet some are convinced that the Justiciar acts only to serve the greater good. I couldn't accept that he might not be as rotten as I thought, and lashed out at the wrong person. From now on, I can't let my emotions cloud my judgment. I must remain calm and look at the facts for what they are. And the facts say that the Justiciar has done no harm to the people of Thevnair. Not yet. Even so, the organization he serves, Passage of the Unbound, is evil to its very core. If his actions in my village are not villainy, I don't know what is. The situation is fraught with contradictions. I still don't know what to think. What about you, Cassandra? Even if he hasn't attacked anyone, his actions are stirring unrest. I agree. He speaks of justice and heroism. With great bluster. Yet there's something we're missing. Thank you, Cassandra, for your wise words. Sometimes find it difficult to keep my heart from skewing my perspective, so I'm grateful that you're here to help me see clearly. So it seems our objective is unchanged. Track down the man who stole my people's sacred treasure. Whatever his intentions may be, unraveling them comes secondary to finding the man himself. I'll continue to pour my every effort into the search, so stop by from time to time, and I may have something new to share with you. Alright, Brand of Justice. As much as I really want to just go to Kugane and do the DPS quest lines,
It's 5 in the morning. Like, it's 5 in the morning. And while that doesn't necessarily mean I'm going to be going to bed immediately, I do have things I should do before going to bed, such as eating. You know? If I spend another hour doing another quest line or something first, then I will ultimately not end up eating. So, I should do that. I came here because I wanted to look at Radzat specifically, from like the outside. Unfortunately, it is fog, so I can't do that. Like, I can't see Radzat from the outside. The main reason I was curious to look at Radzat is because I swear in all of the images of Radzat they have it as this like city that's sitting on top of like a bunch of like cliff sides. But I swear it's just right there. And like, so like, I don't know, I don't quite get it. I don't quite get why it's pictured on the maps as like being up on top of like this huge cliff when it's just like straight in front of us. Like this bridge literally goes there. Now, there is this path. This could be making our way, across the bridge and then up to, like the side of a wall or something. Or it could just be that the map of Radzat is pointed this way here, but it's not actually that way. I don't know. I don't know how it works. But Thavnair here, this area, if we look at the island map, you can see that Radzat is only like halfway across. So all of this part of Thavnair is yet unexplored on the map. So, like basically anything around, I think it cuts off around this area. So, back when you could zoom in the map more, because it wasn't this map, you could actually see this little like circle here in the Thavnair map. So, actually, this is the Thavnair map. So maybe you can't see that circle, but you can see this river right here, and that river is this one, I think. No, it's not. That's way too high up, because like the river starts here, so it's way too high up. So it's like it's basically this section right here. This is the Thavnair map that we have. Like all of this fits in this space right here. And then Radzat is kind of like over here. So like everything above this little like line right here is all unexplored. Except for technically right up here, because Vanaspati is up there. And that was one of the dungeons. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that the map, this map here, like this part here where it cuts off, I'm pretty sure that that is this section here. So but yeah, even then, still, like, they still don't really match up 1-to-1 at all. Because, like, Thevnair, like, this area of Thevnair doesn't have that little, like, thing sticking out over here. Like, it doesn't have any of this. Even though that should be, like, right here. And also, there's just no island right there. Like, it's probably off the map. I wonder if, like, I came back down here to Yedlamed, if I could see, like, an island off there. But I wouldn't be able to right now because of fog. So there's no point in, like, going all the way down there. So, but yeah, the maps don't line up perfectly, which is fine. I mean, it is what it is. Because, like, you can see, like, it's got this, like, big curve here. And I think this is supposed to be this. But, like, there is no big curve. Like, this is the closest to that curve you get. So, it is what it is. So, like, unless this area here is, like, over here, and the map is even smaller. But even then, I don't think this coastline matches up at all either, so. Yeah, not really, even that. Like, even this section doesn't line up. But it is possible that we're only seeing, like, this section. Hey! I can see Radzahan now. I am noticing something that I had not before. I thought this was just Radzahan right here. This is the gate. That's Radzahan back there. Got it. This is just a gate that leads to Radzahan. Radzahan itself is way the frick back there. I can see the little 2D texture that they're using for Radzahan. So that's interesting. That's very interesting. If this was World of Warcraft, like, all of Thevnair would have been, like, accessible. And it would have been worse for it. Like, that's the thing. The one of the big things that I really do like about FF14 here is they don't feel like they need to make everything available, you know? Like, look at this. Like, look at these islands that are down here that are just not available. If this was World of Warcraft, all of that would be somewhere that you would have to make accessible, add freaking NPCs, add quests, add everything. Just add everything. So, yeah, I have no idea where that is in comparison to this map here. it is very well possible that it's just like this tiny area here of Thevnair and not as big of an area as I thought. Because, like, there's this little, like, lake over here. And, like, that's not here on this map. So it might just be this tiny area. So, like, these little islands wouldn't even be big enough to show up on this map. You know? So, I don't know. I don't know where everything is supposed to be. You know? This is only like, for example, Garlemald here, like, this is only like a tiny portion of Garlemald. You know? I think it's the right side of Garlemald, which is hilarious because it's here on the left side of the city. You know, because it's Garlemald, and so, like, it's on the left side. But I think, like, you know, because this line right here is where the castle is, where the Tower of Babel. And so, like, I think this is, like, the edge of Garlemald, like, right over here. Or even maybe, like, it's just a piece of it, and, like, Garlemald goes all the way around. But yeah, like, I'm pretty sure this side is supposed to be where more of Garlemald is. And we just didn't go there because you would have to go through, like, the Ultra Strata. And, of course, that's annihilated. So, I don't know. I don't know how they build these maps. I don't know how they plan out these maps. It is just kind of interesting to try and, you know, correlate the places that we go to with these maps. Just to see how much of it, like, matches up and how much of the world we just haven't seen, you know? Like, here's Kugane, and, like, that's it. This is all of Hingashi we've seen. And that's like this tiny portion of this little island here. We haven't been to any of this section. And then there's like Uthard here, where we've been to the Ruby Seas, Yangxia, and the Azim Steppe. But that's like this area. Like, we haven't gone up here at all, you know. Maybe we have, because I think this is the Azim Steppe here. I think that's literally what that says, is Azim Steppe. This is Doma down here, which is interesting because, you know, you go from here to here. But if that's correct, like, that would be going from here to all the way up here. You know? Unless I'm just not reading the map right, but I'm pretty sure this is the Ruby Price right here. So, like, you travel way the frick up here. You know? And, like, this is Yangxia right here. So, there's just so much of the world that we haven't been to. Like, this is Dalmasca. I think Boja is, like, down here somewhere. You know, this is the burn over here. This is a dungeon. And we only really even went through a tiny part of the burn. So, But, like, look at this. There's, like, a volcano over here. There's an entire other city over here. We just haven't been on this side of the map. You know? They gave us the Far East, and then they, like, gave us a tiny amount of it. Which is fine. You know, I'm not complaining. It's just... If this was World of Warcraft, they would have added all of Authored here. You know? And the game would have been worse for it, to be clear. You know? Because they would have had to put in so much. It would have been... The zones would have had to have been so small. So... Because they have to make the world seamless. Because that's World of Warcraft's only thing that it has going for it right now. Maybe when the new story comes out. You know, maybe when War Within comes out, which I will be playing, by the way. I went out and bought it when they first freaking announced it, so I freaking better play it. And I went out and freaking pre-ordered the thing, you know. I don't know, I kind of wish that they would, like, reorganize the maps. Just so that they match up with, like, this, you know? It's like they have the place in the background, but none of this, like, stuff lines up with the background. It'd just be neat if they, like, went back and did that so that it all lined up. And then you could just be like, look, you know, we're in this part of Lanasia, and oh, so, like, maybe we haven't been up here to this weird little, like, thing up here, you know? Or, like, you know, this is Samal here, so we've been there, but have we been over here? The answer is yes, because this is Charlayan. Well, this is the Dravanian hinterlands, whatever. So, technically, yes, we have been over there. You know, Zelphatal, have we ever been there? Yes, for a dungeon. But, like, have we ever actually gone there? You know? Like, literally half of Stormblood takes place in this small of a space. And there's, what, 4 regions here? So, I love this game. But I also just wish... Again, it's the one thing that World of Warcraft has going for it now. Is it's a seamless world. And so, if it exists, you can go there. You know? Like, the Northern Empty. All we can do is go to Old Charlayan, which is this tiny portion. And freaking Labyrinthos is underneath it. So we can't even, like, go up here or down here. Can't go over here. I just really want to be able to explore more. And that's what I will give World of Warcraft one bit of credit is that, yes, World of Warcraft suffers from the fact that they have to make everything seamless. And so, you know, that they have to make it so you can go from, if we were using this map, Alamigo over to Charlayan all seamlessly. And thus you would have to have all of this reachable. You know, you'd have to make it so that Vilbrint can be flown to, so that all of Vilbrint is available, etc. Like, it would suck, because the world would have to be considerably smaller than it is.
but also, like, I want to go here, or here, or here, you know? Or here, or there. Why are we in Tyrol? Why are we all the freaking way over here, man? Don't get me wrong, I love that we're, you know, over here and we're doing all this. But, like, what? Look, we've got an entire continent here. You know? I'm sure that when Ilsabard is expanded and we get more of it and we're able to go to more of the place than just freaking Garlemald and freaking Thavnair, you know, when we start getting all of this stuff here that's covered in cloud, I'm sure there will be an amazing story there. And the game will be better because they kept those areas out. You know? Like, they could give us so much story just by sending us into some of these areas in Thavnair, or in Thanalan that we haven't been to. Or like this section of Abelathia's spine. Or the parts of Vilbrent that we've not been to. There's so much more they could add to each zone. You know, if we really did go from here up to here, which is what it looks like. Like, I mean, yeah, you go through the Ruby Price, you're in Yangxia here, and then you go up to the Azim Steppe. And so it's like, you go Ruby Price, you go Yangxia, you go Azim Steppe. But that's not how the map is laid out. It's Ruby Price, Azim Steppe, Yangxia. You know? But then, of course, Ulthred itself is over here. Actually, I think this is... I don't know. Anyway, I've rambled on enough about basically nothing. So, I'm going to end things here. I do hope that you enjoyed the stream. If you have, feel free to subscribe. Yeah, if you're watching this on YouTube, feel free to subscribe. You know, check the playlist for other streams. You know, feel free to come out to Patreon, come out to Discord. You know, it's all appreciated. It really does help support the channel. Because I wouldn't even be playing FF14 right now if it wasn't for all of these people that are listed. Like, that's just facts. Oh, that's Perusa. Okay. I was like, what is this? That's Perusa. Got it. Freaking, I'd love to go there though, man. Like, just look at that thing. I mean, it doesn't look like much right now because fog, but freaking in the daytime, it looks amazing, dude. Yeah. I guess with that, I need to uncrash my stream deck long enough to end the stream. So I'm gonna do that right now. But yeah, like I said, hopefully you enjoyed. And I'll see you all next time. Hi, kitty cat.
Please get down. See you later.